Mikrofonas čia kažkur gerai. Tai kągi, dėkoju visiems.
Good morning. Thank you for being here in today's conference, to this difficult conference. Such a conference on this topic is one of the first conferences, and I would like to thank the Seimas Committee on Human Rights and its chair, Mr. Tomas Vytautas Raskevičius. I would like to thank Mr. Cisas, who will be moderating our conference. We have both position and opposition will make the relevant decisions. I would like to thank also Eglė Giromičiūtė, advisor of the Committee on Human Rights, who made this event possible. I would like to thank Baltic American Freedom Foundation, which supported us today. And thanks to the foundation, Mr. Professor Gefner is visiting us here in Vilnius. He's from the Institute on Violence, Abuse and Trauma, founder and director of the institutes, a scientist, activist, researcher. He will introduce himself later. It's a great honor and a great opportunity to hear firsthand the results of the most recent studies and recommendations to solve this problem. I would like to thank everyone, and I would like to give the floor to the moderator of the conference, Mr. Cisas and Mr. Raskevičius. Thank you. Good morning. Today we hold 4 conferences in the Seimas, therefore we are here in this smaller room, very cozy room. I would like to congratulate everyone on Children's Day. And the topic of our conference is not celebratory. And I hope this conference will be useful for all of us. We will learn new things. And most importantly, what can we as politicians do to tackle the problem of sexual violence in childhood? Let us begin our conference. And since the event is hosted by the Seimas Committee on Human Rights, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Raskevičius. The floor is yours. Thank you, colleagues. On behalf of the chair of the Seimas Committee on Human Rights, I would like to welcome everyone to the conference. Welcome to the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. Algirdas was sorry that we are in this small room, but I'm happy to see all of you here. Childhood is a crucial and probably the most important period in one's life. In childhood, children experience everything for the first time. It's a period of life during which the young become acquainted with itself and the world, and regardless of our sexes, nationality, social status, and other features, childhood and its experiences are universal for all human beings. Despite the fact that our experiences in early life are not always successful, perhaps we often see our childhood as the most beautiful period of our lives, when we enjoy carefree adventures and acquire fundamental experiences, and we are not burdened with the problems of mundane life and concerns about our future. Childhood gives us the courage to take a plunge into new challenges. Sadly, some of us see the world through the darkness and uncertainty about their future. While our Constitution protects and cherishes childhood, we're still unable to guarantee a safe childhood for everyone. We're still unable to ensure that children do not grow up in poverty, experience violence, or grow up in an environment that is permeated with violence. Sadly, in Lithuania in 2022, around 250 cases of alleged sexual violence against children have been recorded, and the number of such cases has been increasing in recent years. And we're going to talk in this conference whether we are able to recognize this phenomenon. Obviously, this is just the tip of the iceberg, considering that, according to the Council of Europe, approximately 1 in 5 children experience sexual abuse. The actual prevalence of such abuse is obscured by the fog of the latency of the crime. Tackling this very serious problem of sexual violence against children requires a very clear state position that perpetrators of sexual abuse against minors are punished. Lithuania's legal system is still lagging behind the rest of the European Union countries, where such crimes are clearly distinguished from other types of crime. However, we are taking some steps in the right direction. For example, the Seimas is considering a proposal to extend the statute of limitations for sexual crimes committed against children, and we are trying to increase the state support provided to victims of child sexual abuse. It is regrettable that these legislative initiatives are only proposed when high-profile cases of sexual violence against children become public. It is true that we must fight against sexual abuse of children not only by passing laws, but also by changing the attitudes of our society to this very sensitive issue. Unfortunately, human rights issues have become polarizing issue in our country, because we're still unable to collectively recognize that we're not able to deal with the problem of domestic violence. And, for example, only 2 out of 8 politicians who ran for the presidency of the Republic of Lithuania were able to make such a claim in the debates. It cannot be expected that in such an environment, sexual abuse victims will be willing to report and talk about the crimes committed against them. My colleague, Mr. Cisas, mentioned Children's Day and the Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. This is not a coincidence that we are holding this conference on this very day. I would like to thank once again the organizers of the conference as well as the participants for your time, for your ideas, and I believe that today we have a unique opportunity to overcome the barriers and to finally solve these deep-rooted problems. I wish everyone a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Thomas, for greeting word. Now we will start a serious work. The first session, what difficulties emerge when solving problem of sexual violence. And the first speaker will be Lilia Henry Vasiliauskina, who started the conference. She's a psychologist, psychotherapist. She has 30 years of experience as a psychoanalyst She is the president of Association Vilnius Women's House, also of Umbrella Organization Association Women's Rights. She's the president of Association of Women's Rights, also belongs to organization. She's an expert of combating violence against women. And the author, I can really confirm all those things because I've been one of the persons who prepared the legislation on these topics. Thank you, dear Algirdas, for such a warm introduction. My topic is whether we are ready to acknowledge and solve this problem. First of all, we should remember what is the definition of the sexual violence. You can see it in the slide. Essentially, it is any action without given consent of a person or threat to perform sexual action. And it doesn't depend on what kind of relationship is between the victim and the perpetrator, be it in a family or at a workplace, including those places, but not limited to. So sexual violence, we should understand, perceive more clearly that any action of such kind which violates the personal space of an individual, his or her limits, which is performed against his or her will, without receiving informed consent, without even bothering to get such a consent, meaning by abusing the power. And I would like to remind you that still we cannot solve this problem if we will not see it in a general context of disbalance of power in society, in relations between men and women. So if we would perceive why there is such a big abuse against children at the very first period of childhood, boys and girls alike suffer from that. The farther we go into teenage years, the more sexual trauma has face of a gender. There are more and more girls and women. International surveys show that 1 of 3 girls and 1 out of 7 boys, before they reach maturity, they experience sexual actions against them. If we say 5, then we generalize. We don't distinguish. It's actually from the very start in childhood up to 18 years of age, as it is defined by Convention of Children's Rights. Even here, the trauma has the face of a gender. More vulnerable are girls in this case. Here we have to remember where from this disbalance of power comes. And I would like to remind you the definition of patriarchy. It's the power of all men over all women and children, the power of older men over younger men, and government power of all adults over children. If we don't solve the issue of power, if we don't create a threatening situation to the perpetrator who attempts to abuse the power in his hands, which any adult has, and in our society, men essentially have this more diverse, bigger power in the society, in the family, in decision-making, in financial and economic areas. And this collective trauma is that women for thousands of years didn't have their voice and were not able to defend themselves and their children. Were not able to vote, were not able to manage assets, were not able to make independent decisions. So all these tales of vicious patriarchal pyramid of power and authority, this balance, it lives to this day, and it's really disheartening to hear, as it was mentioned during presidential election, where some candidates attempt to create political platform for themselves, namely ridiculing this topic related to human rights. The recent decades, 21st century, it is important in many regards because we live in it. the principle of priority of human rights is brought up as the most important principle of a democratic state. It means it's not the state that knows better, not someone knows better, but individuals' right to choose, to accept or to reject some social services or any other proposal regarding his or her decision. This principle is becoming more and more important. So, in this context of priority of human rights and authority and power uniformity sense, we have to speak about solving this problem. It is immensely important to understand it and act accordingly. So the question is, are we ready to recognize, and can we then take on making a decision? It is sad to say, but I have to say that we are not well prepared yet. I will briefly remind you, we for about 10 years have a program in place, prevention of harassment in social work. We had many seminars all over Lithuania, and one of our main targets of that program was to give knowledge about psychological trauma to people. As you understand, sexual violence belongs to this area, to this field, field of psychological trauma. It's one of the heaviest traumas because it happens in childhood. So, during that program, we visited every region of Lithuania, nearly all municipalities, and our attempts to talk about sexual violence, namely in that context of psychological trauma, those attempts were really taking audience by surprise. I really understood then that if we want to give help, administer help to victims, first of all, we have to give help, assistance to those who should give that help, to those people who encounter individuals who have experienced sexual trauma. We work with social workers, assistants of social workers, also with people from education field, from healthcare field, and namely they would order this training from us. So in all those professional groups, which are essential, so we could have some system in place, so we could start implementing prevention and administering effective help in all those fields. So essentially it was a surprise factor. It was immediately felt, this about a sensation of trauma. And our whole work was about giving knowledge, to desensitize, to implement prevention of burnout syndrome. But I don't really think that this one, even though just a very intensive attempt, has created a big change in the system, because the system itself has not yet arrived to what it has and to learning. I don't think it wants to learn in principle and to administer help and to react, providing consultation based on knowledge about trauma. There is lack of knowledge about trauma. I'm not talking about correct intervention, because first of all, we ourselves who administer help givers, we need to come to terms with it. We need to acquire additional special knowledge and then start work with victims and do it more effectively. As it was mentioned before, I have two careers. I'm very proud I managed to keep them separate from each other at a distance. I, as president of Carl Jung Fraternity of Lithuania, and also director of Crisis Center, center which provides special complex help. So we have gone through together with Restored Independence of Lithuania, we have gone all the way, observing how this problem came to surface. I was one of the first psychologists, psychotherapists who started working with sexual violence, individuals who experienced it in childhood. And I truly had clients who would run into my office and say, "You are my fifth therapist. No one talks to me. My father abused me. No one wants to talk to me about it. Please talk to me about it." So you can understand what hunger was there for that help. Also giving help to women who suffer from violence, For a long time we haven't heard anything about sexual violence, and only when we started asking proactively about it, it turned out, now I can tell you easily, where there's physical violence, there is sexual violence also. Where there is violence against women in the family, there is also violence against children, and very often there are all kinds of abuse against children of both genders, including sexual violence. So we must see that domestic violence, men's violence against women and children, we also have in mind the gender aspect, and bear in mind that only then we will be able to understand and to help correctly to those individuals if we will know where it's coming from. We cannot put equality sign between women and the man, between the perpetrator man, and demand for a woman to defend her children from partner sexual violence. We cannot demand that because there's another law which clearly defines obligation of our state to defend women and children from domestic violence. I'm really sad that this law was thinned down even more. A very important formulation disappeared, that domestic violence is a violation of human rights, because it is. The provisions we wanted to introduce, it didn't emerge, like gender-related violence, but it is a law by which the state undertakes to defend the victims. And first of all, Lithuanian statistics indicate that women and children suffer from violence at home. And there are many other things which we have to establish politically also, namely in the sense of discourse. What is real prevention? What is clear understanding that democratic state will always take the side of the weaker part? And we have, first of all, we have to have victim-centered attitude, and not a principle of equality. So in social work, the same is security and perpetrators. If we want to solve this problem, we truly have to. The victim has to be the centerpiece of the axis of our actions. It's very difficult for me to switch from English to Lithuanian because we don't have a vocabulary. Discourse has not been formed yet. But for a while, we have a directive on children's rights. In its victim-centered approach means that the victim has to be at the center of this justice process and help process. Since I promised, I would like to go shortly through the history of analyzing, researching trauma, so we could have a context. I would like to say that for research of trauma is about 150 years old, and first scientists who paid attention to specific problem among women, which was spreading like flu. It was the pandemic of hysteria. It was Sigmund Freud who paid attention to it, the creator of psychoanalysis, and Mr. Pierre Janet. Sigmund Freud was more extrovert, and he developed his public persona, but Mr. Janet also had genius insights into what happens when trauma occurs. To put it shortly, one of few educated young people was writing in his diary at the last decade of the 19th century that you cannot go through the park in Vienna without administering help to 5 hysteric women. It meant that it's not some hysteric guy. It means not ordinary hysteria. There are tremors, pains, astasia, abasia, meaning inability to maintain balance, deafness, blindness, and all these things. And then essentially a question came up: what happens here? I'm just really truncating here, but Mr. Janet, who had a gift of genius observer, it was actually Mr. Sigmund Freud, he drew a conclusion that it's nothing else but a result of manifestations of sexual violence experienced in childhood. As he wrote back then, he developed that trauma theory, that trauma experienced in the childhood determines further success or failure of human's life, and he wrote very sensibly about women, that namely those hysteric symptoms which were very serious. Later, this vulgar Freudism brought a big damage to all of us because it's more derogatory term, hysteric. but back then it was a serious problem. And he wrote that a woman who was mercilessly abused in a marriage, deprived of possibilities to influence the direction of her life, mercilessly exploited her ability to work, who experiences violence in home environment and has no possibility to bring it to public. Women would remember when she was sick as a child, parents would tiptoe around her, the curtains would be closed, and this memory comes not from the head, but it comes from the depth of a personality. So inability to function, it manifests through all those mentioned symptoms. So this was the first wave when this problem emerged so strongly, namely sexual abuse, first of all against female children and in general children, and in domestic violence against women. But Freud rapidly dropped trauma theory. He moved to seduction theory. It was determined by many things, including anti-Semitism. So the trauma brilliantly described story. It plunged for nearly 100 years until there came a second wave of women's feminist movement. In 60s, 70s, when women themselves were gathering to groups, spoke about their experiences, and all of a sudden, all of them discovered that they have experienced all these things, what we call now gender-related violence, including sexual abuse experienced in the childhood. And namely from women's movement emerged first women's shelters and first surveys research, an attempt to influence the society, demands to make political decisions, demands to adopt specific laws, to administer help. Initially this help was shelters for women because there was no legislation in place. Women just had to escape the perpetrators. Later on, I want to emphasize, and we have to bear it in mind, that within the influence of women's movement, numerous laws were adopted, international agreements were adopted, which gradually, and in the 10th decade, I myself participated in a conference in Köln, when on the level of the EU, it was decided that whole responsibility has to be taken by the perpetrator. And the perpetrator must be removed by defending the victim from a living environment. And I have to say that just in 2023, deeply damaged law on protection from domestic violence really was decorated with very progressive provision, according to which the perpetrator is evicted for 15 days from residential place if he presents a threat. So as you can see, there was a new wave of calls to police. It increased by 1/3. We lowered the pain plank. We lowered the pain threshold lower, and it came out that many people seek for protection and help. So this balance of power and authority, we have to bear in mind perpetrators' impunity as the best measure for prevention. Now, briefly moving to help. As I already said, if we want to administer really effective discursive help to the victim, it has to be trauma knowledge-based reacting and administering help. It's also law enforcement which ensures protection, and those who provide help, they must have this information. Why? Because the event which changes a person's life must be perceived as such. Until now, we have too superficial knowledge. We are too defensive about it, and it hasn't even we didn't absorb this knowledge yet. The changes provoked by childhood experience trauma it affects nervous system of a person, entire body. We have a slide here. I just want to present to you, without any long speeches about topologic anatomy and other things, which I studied thoroughly at university. I want to say that individual's reaction to events which pose a threat is encoded in his or her biology. If we experience an event which poses a threat, let's say you are chased by a dog, or someone, or there are, let's say, other threats. So first of all, what switches on is the alarm system, which essentially we need to know that our limbic system gets activated, and the alarm system switches on. It's a part of limbic system which is essentially responsible for survival, for two instinctive basic reactions of organism, for three reactions. It's fight or flight, and third is freeze. So the organism gets so excited or aroused that amygdala gives alarm signal. The cascades, various type of hormones are sent to muscles. First of all, we engage our vegetative nervous system, which is responsible for the entire life functions of the body: breathing, blood flow, heartbeat, muscle tone, intestines. Try to remove all its content. The stomach compresses, muscle get infused with blood, are ready to fight or fly or escape. Sometimes person is able to leap over 3 meters fence when dog is chasing. But I will continue a bit about the functioning of the limbic system. The other part is hippocampus, which is essentially important organ, which in turn participates in this process. And at first it attempts to deal with experience, handle it. Its task is to perceive it, to attribute it to specific spheres of memory, to understand its meaning. And once this alarm emerges and it grows exponentially at the time of trauma, the hippocampus is switched off because individual cannot find any meaning in what is happening. And when the trauma submerges, it's not recorded in a long-term memory. It's one of the most horrible things, because an individual who survived a psychological trauma, especially in the childhood, he or she has no memories of it. But he or she has that alarm button which switches on spontaneously without his or her participation, because attribution to a memory didn't happen, because this experience is bigger than an individual, which disrupts his or her natural reactions and memory of that event. And later on, any element, sensory element related to experienced trauma, sound, smell, image, location, suddenly it presses that alarm button, and then individual totally gobsmacked. This mechanism gets activated, amygdala. It sends the same cascades of hormones, and individual ends up again in the same state as if he or she is experiencing that life-threatening event, the hazard. And here is this biggest thing when we encounter people who suffered from violence. The time is running out. There will be many more presentations, so just a minute or two, please. So here's the challenge for all of us. Why do we need knowledge about the trauma and how to administer help and how to consult? So it must be trauma knowledge based. So we would be able to understand what happens to an individual, because he or she is not able to tell us about it because he or she has no memory. And I would like to use that minute given to me and finish. Also, our perception is very important. Formation of the correct discourse, and that at the surface, or narrative is floating at the surface of a society which currently is very shy, because it's prone more to accusing the victim. All those institutions which encounter with teenagers, as it's written slide, teenagers, they tend to do self-harm, have nutrition problems, delinquency, study problems. All institutions they react to it as if it's a single case. Let's say the person has committed an offense, fell sick, we will administer medicine or put him in detention, and problem will be solved. No, we cannot think like that, and we cannot expect to have a result. I want to tell you that it depends on our attitude, preparedness to react with empathy to this problem. First of all, to work on ourselves, so we would be ready to do it. There's a big part, major part of how to solve this problem, and the colleagues whom I trained, they will tell you a lot and comprehensively about all these things. I just wanted to pass this first message. What homework we haven't done. If we won't do this homework, our words will be simply empty. I pity all of us, because then we will experience that indirect traumatization. We will try to shield off those individuals. We won't like them, because as you heard the saying of one policewoman, she says, I work with violence and I hate those victims. This is the consequence of trauma. This policewoman is completely burned out because she has knowledge of what she encounters in her work. So with this, I would like to finish that today we will have lots of knowledge provided. We should concentrate on policy, on changing law, on humanization of practices, on implementation of victim-friendly practices, and also about our own choice and trauma knowledge-based response to those individuals whom we encounter in our work. Thank you.
Ačiū Lilijai.
Thank you, Ms. Vasiliauskė. The next speaker is Professor Robert Geffner. A few words about him. He's the founder and president of the Institute on Violence, Abuse and Trauma. He's also a professor of psychology at Alliant International University, founder and past president of the Trauma Psychology Division and the American Psychological Association. He gives lectures on a variety of topics, including psychology of trauma and law, neurobiology of trauma, and psychodiagnostics. As an expert, he's invited by the governments who want to evaluate and optimize the policy on fighting against sexual violence. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm honored to have been invited by the Association for Vilnius Women's House, the Committee on Human Rights and Association, Women's Rights, Universal Human Rights, and the Baltic American Freedom Foundation. It's my first trip to Lithuania. Hopefully it will not be my last. I really appreciate being here, and now that I understand I have 35 minutes to solve all your problems dealing with child sexual abuse, that should be quite interesting, to say the least. And I have a lot of slides. I'm not going to go over all of them, but they'll be available and sent to everybody afterwards in English, at least mine are in English. They may translate. I've been working in this field for well over 45 years, almost 50 years now. First in a rape crisis center, working with rape victims in the mid-1970s. Then I started our institute and as an assistant professor of psychology, and in the mid-1980s we started treating in a counseling center I built domestic violence victims, sexual assault victims, both child sexual abuse as well as child physical abuse, and developed a shelter for battered women and children. So I've been working in all these areas for a very long time. As a psychologist, there isn't too much I have not done from research to practice to policy. I want to thank the chair of the Committee on Human Rights here, who gave my speech earlier, so I don't have to say any more. Between the two of them, they've solved your problems. I also think it's interesting that we have 3 men in here. For some reason, we're all right here.
Four.
Oh, 4. Where? 4, good. We're not alone. That is one of the issues, is that there need to be more males involved. Males are fathers, they're brothers, they're spouses, partners, and they need to be involved as well. And I think that's really important. What I'm going to try to do in a short period of time is tell you a little bit about some of the key issues that we deal with and that we're moving forward in our institute and in the United States, but hopefully in other countries as well. One of the things I wanted to follow up with what has been said already is we now focus on interpersonal violence and abuse. The reason is because whether we're talking about child physical abuse or child sexual abuse or domestic violence or elder abuse or rape, they all have similar dynamics. And so we've learned now, because of the intersectionality and the overlap, it is important to start considering all of them and not separate them out as if they're completely distinct. All are more gender-based, as Lilia had just talked about, because it's at least a 3-to-1 ratio of women being victims to males being victims. It all involves coercive control and the abuse of power by the offender. And it all produces trauma. Those are sort of the foundations. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we call adverse childhood experiences. This is a long-term research project that started in the United States, but has been done in many other countries. It talks about some of the key issues that occur in childhood that kids are exposed to. With abuse areas, you see the top categories, and then different forms of household dysfunction. And what percentages of the general population have experienced those things as children, in other words, before the age of 18. He cited the statistics of 250 recorded cases. What that means is that there's actually between 2,500 and 5,000 actual cases of abuse that did not get recorded. And that seems to be the same whether we're talking about the United States or here in Lithuania. And that's one of the major issues, is that people are not disclosing. But what we've learned over the last 30 years or so, 25 years, is that adverse childhood experiences leads to all sorts of issues that Lilia just mentioned, and that 80% of female victims, and this is the United States, but probably the same elsewhere, and you'll get all these slides, so you don't have to write them all down. But before you're allowed to leave, you'll be tested. If you don't pass the test, you can't leave. That was humor, just in case you were wondering. And almost half experienced their first sexual assault before age 18, 30% between 11 and 17, and 12% before the age of 10. So child sexual abuse is a major issue, as well as child physical abuse and neglect. What we also find, and this is shown up in research everywhere, is that adverse childhood experiences get magnified throughout the lifespan. You could see just in this one statistic that 1/3 of the women who were sexually abused as minors were also raped as adults. That's the vulnerability that adverse childhood experiences shows. There are 50 of these types of charts at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the United States, because they've been studying this group of 18,000 people for now over 20 years, and looking at these adverse childhood experiences. One of the things we do is we give this questionnaire and a resilience questionnaire to every one of our clients at our institute. And I think you have access to information about our institute and all the different things that we do. And I don't have time now, but glad to talk at a break or something. But one of the things you could see from this chart, looking at suicide attempts, I get music. If somebody has grown up in a what we'd call a normal, psychologically healthy home, which means 0 aces on the bottom there. I don't think this will work much. Nope. But you can see here or there, you get to choose. 0 means very, ooh, nice. Very little chance of attempting or committing suicide with no adverse experiences. And you can see the line that goes almost directly up. And when you get to 4, it multiplies by a factor of 8 to 10 based on adverse childhood experiences. I just gave you 2 of these out of 50. This is looking at underlying being raped. The odds of being sexually assaulted are less than 5% if you've grown up in a completely normal, what happened there? Home. And,
Continue, please.
oh, what'd you do? You redid my slide.
We're fixing it.
It's much better now. And if you get up to 4 or more aces, it magnifies by a factor of 7. That vulnerability that comes about from adverse childhood experiences as young children gets magnified. And what we know now is that most of the kids who are abused as children are what we call polyvictimized, and that's an area of research we've been looking at. That means if they had one area of abuse, the likelihood is very high. You can see 66% that they have more than one. That means they were exposed to more of those other things or were physically abused as well as sexually abused, and 30% experience 5 or more different types of abuse. And that polyvictimization has become crucial in understanding many of the symptoms of child sexual abuse lifelong, through the lifespan. And you can see what we've learned, and you don't have to memorize this one, you'll get it. But you start with adverse childhood experiences, as Lilia just mentioned, then that affects our neural development, and I am a neuropsychologist as well, which disrupts and it causes all sorts of social, emotional, and cognitive development issues, which leads to more medical issues and health issues and disease. So virtually any type of social, behavioral, or clinical or medical problem, the highest predictor of that is adverse childhood experiences. We used to say that smoking was the highest risk for medical issues. No more. Adverse childhood experiences is more predictive of later health issues than smoking is. So that's really important. Everything our previous 2 speakers mentioned, this is the real key, because this is what the trauma does and the long-term impact. But adversity is not destiny. There is hope, and that's what we mean by resilience. It could start at any age. I gave you just a couple of slides talking about what we mean by resilience, but we have learned that adverse childhood experiences produces learned behavior, learned issues that can be unlearned. You don't get over it, you don't forget it, it doesn't disappear, but you can learn to counter it with resilience factors. And what a lot of the research has gone to now is helping treat people who have had adverse childhood experiences and helping them become more resilient. In other words, being able to counter those adverse childhood experiences. If I did a survey in this room, the odds are 70% of you at least would have 1 or more adverse childhood experiences, at least. Because most of you, I assume, are in the helping professions or care about these issues, which means it's a higher relationship. But if I gave you a resilience questionnaire, which we do, you would also score high for a variety of reasons. Resilience can continue to occur throughout the lifespan. You can train and help people through treatment, through intervention, through resources, which is why government and policies become very important, because those things can be countered. So I just listed a few of the resiliency factors that we've learned from the resilience, especially looking at support people, having resources available. That means some of you in this room can provide the resources, but then you need government and others to help provide the funding so that those resources are available. It has to become a priority. And sadly, in most countries, including my own, it hasn't become the kind of priority that it needs to be. And that's one of the things we're working on. We work at the micro level, in other words, working with individual clients and helping them recover and heal from the trauma. But we also work at the macro level, trying to change communities, societies, and countries to become trauma-informed, trying to counter the rape culture. In other words, where too many countries, too many societies, too many policies, just as you've heard, have bought into rape culture, and where it becomes almost the norm. What's going on in the world now, whether we talk about the Middle East or we talk about Ukraine, closer to you, and what's going on there, one of the things that the research has already shown is how many of the victims have been sexually assaulted and raped during these wars, as if it was okay to do that to people. And the same thing with children. And that's the problem we have. One of the issues is our mentality, how we deal with that. We either tend to ignore or minimize what's happened to people who have been sexually abused, or we come up with easy statements like, just get over it, it happened 20 years ago. We've learned that you don't just get over it, that people have to heal, they have to recover in order to move on. It doesn't go away, you don't forget, but you can heal from it. And that's a key issue in doing that. Both of our speakers mentioned the difficulty in disclosure. We found from research that that definitely occurs. In general, the average, I would ask you this, but we don't have time to do another survey, but what we found in the research is that for those who have been sexually victimized in childhood, most of them do not tell anybody else about it for 30 to 50 years afterwards. 30 to 50 years. We are working in our clinic with adults, survivors of child sexual abuse, who never told anybody else, and now starting to disclose. And here you have a whole variety of reasons that we know why kids don't disclose, especially when they do disclose and they don't get believed, then that's a whole other issue, so they're not going to disclose again. Or they may have been told not to, or any of these possibilities. This is a quote from a client. Why won't anyone believe me when I tell what happened in my house? They always ask, who is telling you to say that? Don't they know I have my own thoughts? We work with kids in family court situations who have disclosed child sexual abuse, and the courts and the law enforcement and the child protective services are blaming usually the mother for programming these kids to say these things. And we know from the research that doesn't happen often at all, but it's still what tends to happen in these court situations. So a good friend of mine, Tama Bryant Davis, wrote an excellent book looking at what happens from interpersonal trauma and how it disempowers the victim and essentially violates their humanity, which is why the organizations here, I'm so pleased, have come together to put this on, because more of these types of conferences and availability for people to understand and learn is important. And it is important to recognize that this victimization does produce trauma. So this is an excellent book she wrote called Surviving Sexual Violence. She's a psychologist also, and is the outgoing president of the American Psychological Association. And she talks about sexual violence as a violation of not only the survivors and the children and adults who have been affected, but as our society as a whole. That's what we must recognize. If somebody is violated and abused, it affects all of us one way or another. And until governments and policymakers understand that, we're not going to get the changes we need. So I will assume, by the way, after my 30 minutes are up, that all these organizations that are here will immediately make those changes to your country, right? You were supposed to say yes at that point.
We hope no.
And as it said, it disrupts mental and physical well-being and really has a major effect on our entire society. This is the goal that we all are working toward, to live in a home free of physical, sexual, or emotional violence, to not be expected to forgive or to necessarily minimize that behavior even when it's perpetrated by a parent. That's another myth that society still wants to think about, is that sexual violence and abuse occurs by strangers, and it rarely occurs by strangers. Those are the things that get publicized, but we know that most of it occurs by somebody the person knew, whether it was a child, meaning a parent or relative, a coach, a priest, or as an adult, an acquaintance, or again, somebody they know. And that means we're less likely to believe when those things come, or makes it more likely that the person is going to feel guilty or be embarrassed or think that they somehow caused this. So the two issues that research has really focused on now with child sexual abuse is what we call betrayal trauma and institutional betrayal. Betrayal trauma means that not only were you sexually abused, but it was by somebody you trusted, meaning a parent or a relative or a teacher or a priest. We're dealing in many court cases in our institute, one of our departments, in dealing with abuse by priests. Hundreds and hundreds and thousands around the world have been abused by priests and have been denied. Until actually the last 20 years, this century, no country wanted to recognize how much abuse occurred in churches. And it didn't make any difference what religion it was, from Judaism to Catholicism to Baptists to, it doesn't make any difference. You name it, there was sexual abuse because you have abuse by those in power. And now we're recognizing it more, but it's important for all of us to recognize if it did occur by somebody who was trusted, it leads to betrayal trauma, which magnifies all the effects that were already talked about by our other speakers. That betrayal trauma means not only it's exacerbated, but it attacks trust. If you can't trust the people you're supposed to trust, who do you trust? And that makes it complicated, even more so, and makes it less likely they're going to disclose and more likely they're going to need help, and possibly over a longer period of time, to regain that trust of people in power, people in authority positions. And when institutions either ignore or minimize or cover up the abuse, you get institutional betrayal, and that magnifies the effects even more. Because now, if you are religious and you believe in your church and it's your priest that has done this, and they do it in the name of God, whatever God it happens to be, then who do you turn to? We tell people, tell your parent if somebody touches you in a way that's not appropriate. But what if the person touching you is your parent? Then who do you tell? We have not been doing a good job anywhere in really understanding that or making that more known with ways to actually deal with that. So that's some of the key issues we've learned. As Lilia was mentioning, trauma-informed care, that's what we've learned is what's important. We in our institute are working with states in the US and other countries. We are working with Taiwan to make them a trauma-informed country. I'm hoping that Lithuania can start moving toward becoming trauma-informed, because that's what we've learned as a key issue. Instead of asking people or thinking what's wrong with you, it's important to say what has happened to you that has led to these issues. That's part of being trauma-informed. Trauma-informed means that you understand the effects of trauma and the understanding the victimization that has occurred, and that's an area that we're focusing on as well. And I gave you some information about what it means to be trauma-informed practice, from understanding trauma and looking at it from a cultural standpoint, but also supporting the victims from a victim-centered healing approach. Sharing power in governments, not telling them what to do, helping them become empowered, finding their own voice, and being included in the process. And because abuse occurs in relationships, it's important that healing happens in relationships and making people aware that recovery is possible. So this is a victim-centered approach. And it means to become trauma-informed, that your systems of care are trauma-informed. Now that means not only social services or mental health services or medical services, but it means law enforcement. It means that your judicial system, your educational system, every system of care has to be trauma-informed, and we're working with the state of Hawaii now that has actually passed a law saying that Hawaii is going to become a trauma-informed state and has provided funding to help move that forward. We put on a large international conference that we just had last month in Hawaii on these issues. And we had 1,600 people from all over the world there. We have our next conference that I think you may have a flyer on in August in San Diego that focuses on the same types of issues, and people from all over the world presenting on best practices and how do you change policies and how do you work with the different types of traumas, from child abuse to elder abuse to domestic violence. So that's the idea, is providing survivors an opportunity to become involved in their process and in changing these policies. That means it's done at the community level, it's prevention oriented, it's resilience and healing focused. So we go from not only being aware, because we're much more aware of trauma-informed issues in the United States, but we haven't become what we call trauma responsive. We don't need to just know and be aware, we have to be doing something about it. And I'm hoping some of the things that you take from this conference will help you become more active or activist in your agency or your group or your contacts in becoming trauma responsive, meaning actually looking at what can be done to move forward, which means engaging people to help them understand what has happened to them, how it has affected them, become empowered, and making sure other people understand what has happened as well. Those are all key issues. So I also put a few slides in here on policies that we're working with the United States, for example, with law enforcement and the judicial court system to become trauma-informed so they don't re-victimize the victim, sexual assault victim or child, when they end up in court or interviewed by say law enforcement, that they know how to do it in a trauma-informed manner, and having victim advocates with them in court systems to provide support. So I gave you a slide on what we find as the major societal issues, which means top-down, government down, and bottom-up, meaning community resources and survivor groups up, putting pressure on government and to change policies, to change, I'm not even done yet, to change policies to not only make people more aware of what is going on, but to change the policies and laws to make it not acceptable. One of the frustrating things for me, having worked in this field for so long, is that there is no country that has made a national priority or what we call a zero acceptance policy against abuse of children or abuse of adults or victimization. There are countries that do better jobs than others, but that by assuming that, it means you're putting the resources, the funding, your laws, all have to come together to say, we are no longer going to accept that somebody is sexually assaulted as a child or as an adult, that that's not what our society does, and that there are consequences if that occurs, and that we will support and help prevent as well as intervene. And that means prevention is a key. What are your prevention programs? We know some that work, but are they implemented? Do you have the funding to put that in your schools? And we know that offenders do what's called DARVO, and that's down near the bottom. Offenders deny They accuse the victim of being the offender, and they reverse the role of victims and offenders, and they do this over and over. That's what a bully does. In my country right now, we have a person running for president who fits this exactly. And that's what we see happening with offenders. So it's really important that we pay attention to these issues, that we look at how we deny, how we minimize the effects and the incidences and prevalence of these things. Right now in my country and in many others, there's a backlash. The Me Too movement and other programs that have made people more aware, which were very good in increasing awareness about domestic violence, about child sexual abuse, about sexual assault and rape. But then what? They had no plan to implement. They did not have an infrastructure. You have to have that in place so that you go from awareness to responsiveness. And that's one of the things that we're trying to work on as well, to reduce that denial and minimization. I gave you some information in the websites for our institute and the two major summits that we put on that people are welcome to come to. Susanna has presented at our summits in the past, and we look forward to working with them and the groups here as well. And I will end with thanking you for allowing me to be here. I appreciate the honor of coming and to talk to you. And I will be around for at least another 30 seconds. So all your questions, Susanna will answer. So, Acho.
Jesus, that was hard.
Thank you, Professor, for your observations, insights. Thank you, Professor, for your insights. And most importantly, there will be no written exam, the Professor promised. I think we...
Okay.
So the Professor, I think, will be able to answer a few questions, because right now we have a third presentation by PhD Zuzana Vasiliauskaitė. I will briefly introduce her to you. She's a psychologist of law, PhD in psychology. Also is a defendant of women's rights. Also belongs to the board of Association Vilnius Women's House. Also is a lecturer at the Vilnius University. Zuzana, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Today I will speak about on a topic of a bad victim phenomenon, why pretrial investigations are terminated. First of all, I want to start from the definition. What is this bad victim? First of all, when we think about a bad victim, it's a label which is often put on individuals who became victims of improper behavior or a crime even, who do not match the narrow and often unrealistic expectations of the society on how a victim should look or behave. For instance, if it's a woman who doesn't match the image of a perfect victim, a stereotype, she's not quiet, not passive, not weak, she's not the one who knows her place. She would be considered a bad victim already. A bad victim is often characterized as unreliable. The victims can be perceived as less reliable because their behavior or reaction after post-traumatic event don't match what is expected. It could be a delayed revelation of post-trauma experience, or delayed turning to law enforcement or help institutions. It could be also that there could be mismatch in the testimony or emotional reactions that are not acceptable to society. From work with police and training of police officers, law enforcement officers, I observed specific attitudes towards the victims. Police officers, as a problem, would often mention that, say, they change their testimony. One day she says one thing, another day she says something else. They're not reliable. we should make them liable for giving false testimony. It indicates that those officers do not understand the course of the trauma and what trauma experience is. Trauma memory is not chronological, it's fragmented. When an individual can have more information at some point, which he or she says, also these traumatic events could go together. If there are multiple traumatic events, person cannot distinguish was it before Easter or before Christmas. To put it simply, officers investigate one specific case, not the systemic experience that individuals go through. And this way we often receive this label of unreliable victim. Other is, it's your own fault. Victims can be accused for their victimization, considering such factors like behavior, dress code, former relationship. Such accusation of victims alleges that the individual contributes to the crime that happened or deserved it due to some personal reasons. Also, we have theories which explain why individuals are prone to accuse the victims, and I will look at it a bit more broader in the course of the presentation. Also, other victim. If a person belongs to has different aspects of identity, or could be could be a female of different race, or belong to LGBT plus, migrants, disabled individuals, handicapped individuals, they may encounter multiple discrimination factors and could be less understood by other individuals. They say she's abnormal, difficult response to trauma. People who survived violence, their reaction can differ. We know, we have knowledge about what reactions are typical to persons who experience trauma, but it does not mean that everyone will experience and survive a trauma in the same way. It can manifest differently. These are very individual experiences. They can have some common traits, but essentially those experiences, traumatic experiences, are highly individual. Different things bring back individuals into trauma experience. They see threats differently. It depends on personal experiences. If we don't have a broader understanding of what trauma is, it may seem to us that those traumas that we observe in that individual are not appropriate. As it was mentioned, a response to trauma can be like freeze, fight, or flight, to attack. If we don't have this information, it's often asked, question which accuses the victim, why didn't you resist? But each person gives different reaction, how he or she reacts to it. We should understand that all reactions are normal in abnormal situation. Situation is abnormal, not individual's reaction to it. For that, it's necessary to have practices based on knowledge of trauma psychology. So we wouldn't put labels of bad victim on people, but so we would be able to better understand what they have gone through. Also, the victims can be characterized as uncooperative individuals. Usually it emerges from distrust in institutions. The victims may have doubts whether to report about their experience, whether to participate in judicial procedures. Reasons why victims would avoid that. There are many factors depending on an individual. It could be fear of retaliation from the perpetrator. As Professor Geffner discussed previously, what reasons they found during the conducted studies why individuals do not reveal their traumatic experiences, or why they are reluctant to talk about it or share about it broadly. Also, it could be earlier negative experience with law enforcement institutions or other institutions in general. When an individual no longer expects to get help, or even worse, when such help that is administered is actually harmful, then in the life of a traumatized person, damage appears in the role. Institutions become like one more perpetrator in the life of the victim. So we should form good practices and avoid making such mistakes. the term bad victim is not unjust, inappropriate. It also establishes stereotypes related to victimization. Traumatic experience of each individual is unique, must be respected regardless of how much it digresses from our imagination how this person or his or her experiences should look. So we have to create friendly and supportive society for victims, and it's important to challenge these biases and to propagate a friendly and empathic attitude towards victims of crime. What is curious is that phenomenon of a bad victim is often labeled to individuals who experienced violence, more often to women who, without having this being labeled with this bad label, can encounter other barriers like disbelief or accusation of victims. The survey reveals that that people are prone more to accuse victims, female victims, regarding crimes committed against them when the indictee or the accused is from their environment. Then disbelief in victim is more prevalent. When perpetrator stays unpunished, we know that seldom violence and experience of sexual violence are rarely revealed, exposed, and we see what reaction emerges from society. First of all, society thinks, what did she do so that it happened? Is he really a perpetrator? He seemed to be a nice guy. I know him. I don't think he could do it. So if in the eyes of a society we justify the perpetrator, and if the judicial law enforcement system justifies the perpetrator, then it has negative impact from entire society, and it strengthens those provisions that accuse the victims. Other thing, when the victim experiences long terms of a crime and receives no support from others, it even further encourages others to accuse the victims, who already encounter lots of difficulties and hardships, don't receive any support, understanding from the society, but instead they get bigger burden and non-support. The definition, I already spoke about it, but what is this accusation of victims? It's psychosocial phenomena when victim of a crime is regarded as fully or partially responsible for improper behavior against her. We know in English it's called victim blaming. About blaming the victim in Lithuania and EU states, this data is so far, maybe we will have newer data, but what we have at present is data from 2010, according to Eurobarometer data. A survey was conducted in the EU, and Lithuania was one of those countries that blames victims, female victims who suffer domestic violence. 86% of Lithuanian people had attitude prone to blame victim. Meanwhile, the average in EU was 52%. During the repeated survey in 2016, when asking similar questions, in Lithuania, only 45% approved such attitudes. As sad as it may sound, we still were among the leaders, I think third, according to this badness. Meanwhile, in EU, average was 20% of victim blaming. My interpretation is this: we must bear in mind what has changed. Istanbul Convention has emerged. Also, we have directive of crimes of the victims crimes. In Lithuania, we had law adopted called Law on Domestic Violence. We see that amendment of law, legislation and practices from top to bottom, it changes our internal provisions also. This is the work which we should continue doing. 45% is still a very high indicator, very high percentage. Just recently came out survey data of Equal Opportunities Controller. Also, we see even sadder situation that half of residents of the country justify partners' violence against women who have mental or psychosocial disability. And about half of those questioned think that they themselves provoke this violence or are prone to exaggerate when they experience violence and report it. we haven't gone far. We really have room to improve here. Talking about other things, it's a good opportunity to evaluate our own attitudes on one issue. Every time when someone asks what victim could have done differently to prevent the crime, it also contributes to victim blaming. And of course, people don't always understand that they are doing it. Let's think about ourselves. Don't tell anyone, just measure it inside of you. How do you react when you hear about the crime? And isn't it so that we would have been more careful than the victim, he or she? I'm talking about violence against women in particular, or violence in general. If we have this question at all in our mind, it means we already participate in victim blaming culture. Importance of the pretrial investigation. Violence against women in cases of sexual violence. A very important role is played by pretrial investigation. They are necessary to grant protection to the victim, to collect evidence, to ensure proper judicial process, and to ultimately to ensure justice. Comprehensive pretrial investigation could have influence for the well-being of victims who experience violence and the society in general. Also, I spoke already about post-traumatic growth in previous conferences, psychological, physical security, reduced victim blaming. Also, there is a trust in institutions increases. Also, it is felt better that society is more focused. When we properly do proper representation of victims, then we can expect justice from institutions, and it encourages intolerance for violence. Speaking of what situation we have now with pretrial investigations in Lithuania, both in Lithuania and abroad, according to data of surveys, we know that every third woman in the world has experienced physical and sexual violence from her partner or familiar males. In Lithuania, we know that every second woman have experienced emotional, psychological violence from her partner. And in the recent years, we register about 60,000 calls to police regarding domestic violence. In 2023, there were 54,000 calls. We can be happy about emergence of new institution, which will appear from July. It was order on protection from domestic violence. But there are only 4,000 pretrial investigations launched. We see that 50,000 people, roughly speaking, did not receive neither protection nor any assistance or help, because as our law is created based on good practice, even without starting pretrial investigation, we sent a very bad message to people who already expose the violence against them. We know there are so many people who do not publicize it. We have sufficiently big trust in institutions that people turn to them, but we don't have sufficiently enough proper reaction when they turn to law enforcement. We know that about 80% of victims of violence are women, more than 90% of perpetrators are men, and usually victim turns for help after 14th or 35th attack. So it's really difficult issue. Challenges during the pretrial investigation, women encounter numerous challenges. And when pretrial investigations are terminated, the consequences for victims of domestic violence, if investigation is not launched, is a big trouble. But if it's launched and terminated, then it has really a perilous impact both on women and children, because it not only denies their right to have justice, but it repeatedly traumatizes them and also incentivizes further violence against them, because impunity is the most horrible thing that can happen. Because when such individuals who understand that they can act with impunity, they become unstoppable, and they can become a threat not only locally to the family or family members, women and children, but to the entire society. the factors which contribute to terminated pretrial investigations can be related to law enforcement system, to resources, shortage of resources allocated to such cases, but perhaps the most important factor is biased attitude of law enforcement and courts towards women, victims of sexual crimes, and those biased also even well-wishing individuals contribute to victim blaming. For instance, specialists who try to consult women how to act more carefully and not to become crimes of the victim. Not to become victim of a crime. One of the most shocking examples, which shook the world, in England, after a woman was kidnapped and murdered, the police walked around that neighborhood, knocked to every door, and recommended women to stay inside. Why didn't they recommend men who pose a threat to all women not to leave house? This also shows how we perceive this problem. What we are more willing and ready to do to help women and to punish the perpetrators, or to make women hide and tell them that it's their own responsibility, their safety. Solutions and recommendations. I'll finish soon. It's really important how we conceptualize sexual violence and violence against women. It's a violation of human rights and a crime. And it is important to realize the reasons, dynamics, and consequences. It's not enough to have ordinary knowledge. It takes special knowledge. Also, it is very important to change the provisions in place because we want to reduce victim blaming. It's important to change bias, opinion towards perpetrators and towards victims, especially in case of sexual violence. Because there are numerous surveys as media presents information, how it contributes to our to denying our stereotypes or confirming our stereotypes. It's important how we talk about it, how we conceptualize those things. Also, to demythologize the violence, demythologization of sexual violence creates belief that no person can rape others, that only abnormal people, monsters, rape others. As Professor mentioned, most often we experience sexual violence from people from our environment, from individuals whom we know, and seldom from external individuals. And when it happens, when we hear about sexual violence cases or cases of violence against women, we are horrified, and people cannot believe it, especially when that crime is committed by people who are close to them, people whom they know. Other proposal is a concept like therapeutical jurisprudence. It's interdisciplinary direction of science, which aims to figure out how negative impact of application of legislation can be reduced, and therapeutical impact would be strengthened. These initiatives come from the law, how to make this apparatus not so gargantuan and not so traumatizing towards individuals who were already victims. Strengthening law, improving legislation, and training of specialists. I would also like to encourage each of us to take on actions and to actively support individuals who supported violence, sexual violence, and to seek, to demand for systemic changes, regardless how we can contribute it. We can be volunteers to increase informativeness in the community, demand from decision makers to adopt necessary changes in our system, and most importantly, one of the ways to improve law is to ratify European Istanbul Convention. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. It's time for questions. And after these presentations, since there are only a few men here, I would like to apologize on behalf of all men for the violence perpetrated by men, but we haven't been talking about this issue for many years. We didn't have the relevant laws, and there's still not enough votes to ratify the Istanbul Convention, it has become a monster in our minds. And there are a lot of people who interpret it in a variety of ways, even though they haven't read the text of the convention. And they say we have 62 or 70 genders according to them. But I hope our attitudes towards the convention will change eventually. Would there be any questions? Please introduce yourselves and ask your questions. I can see that Jana has a question. I'm Jana Andreeva from Nurse Organization. I would like to thank the professor for speaking about this very difficult topic. Today, as a woman, I would like to say that we recognize violence, but do we report it and do we help? And people have strange attitudes towards women who had experienced sexual violence. We feel shame. We are very illiterate in this regard. We all understand that war in Ukraine entails a lot of sexual abuse, but after the COVID-19 pandemic, I would like to mention a few things. We struggled to provide help to victims, and what would be your insights? How in the US, how did you manage to provide care during that time of lockdown? But the sexual assaults continued nevertheless. And we are working on that in Lithuania, but I think that we struggled to do that in Lithuania during the lockdown.
That's a good question. Two things during COVID. One is sexual assaults dropped because people weren't outside. But when I'm talking about sexual assaults, I'm talking about on the streets or like that, at bars, at outside agencies. However, sexual assault in the home increased. Domestic violence increased because people were trapped in their homes. So we did see more of that going up. And if you're talking about domestic violence, one of the things I didn't mention, but we know from research that at least 3/4, 70 to 75% of domestic violence victims are sexually assaulted as well by their same domestic violence perpetrator. However, we don't tend to look at that. We don't tend to ask those questions. We at our institute train therapists on how to ask domestic violence victims about whether or not they were ever pressured or forced to have any type of sexual interaction that they were not comfortable about or did not want. But they won't volunteer that information. What is interesting in combining what was said before, when you see some of these things happen on the streets, like if I went up and met him on the street and I just punched him, there's virtually no doubt that would be a crime. And our prosecutor would likely prosecute me, right? Yeah, she agreed. And he would not be too happy either, but that's okay. But if we do it in the home with somebody who we supposedly love or they supposedly love us, we don't think of it as a crime. And they don't get prosecuted as much. In fact, we know from statistics in the United States and other countries that only, as I mentioned before, 10% of sexual assaults or domestic violence are ever reported, even in my country. of those, only 10% are ever actually prosecuted. Of those, only about 10% are ever actually convicted. And of those, only 10% actually ever end up in jail with severe punishment or consequences. So that's part of the things that we've all been talking about with our attitudes. Not only do we have to change the attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors of ourselves, of the victims and perpetrators that we deal with, but that's where we go back to policies and laws and politicians and policymakers. We've got to change their attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors too. In COVID times, we had a lot more public awareness. That's where more information came out about like coaches or priests or situations like that from schools. But it was really the past. It wasn't much going on then. We did not have as many reports to domestic violence agencies or rape crisis centers during COVID, because if they reported it, they're still stuck in the home with the perpetrator, so that's dangerous. But after COVID ended is when those reports then increased, where they had a better chance of finding safety. So did that answer your question, sort of? Sort of? Okay. Good. Other questions?
Kristina, prašom.
Christina, your question? I would like to thank the professor for participating here, and it's a real gift that you are here, and we must make use of it. I will come back to my city and I will find all of your books, all of your publications. I will read everything that you wrote, and I will be your biggest follower. I understand that you look at everything at a theoretical level or at a very high level, but we have a very down-to-earth question. Our center works with human trafficking, with victims of prostitution and victims of sexual assault. Why do adults rape children? I would like to hear your opinion on that.
Well, first, we deal with micro and macro. We actually work in San Diego, where we're located, with the two of the centers that deal with trafficking. We provide the counseling to them. We're a training institute, so our practicum students actually go. So we are doing hands-on work as well. So we do both. And you need both. You need to deal at the upper levels, but you need to deal with individual people. So we do that. I lost your question. Wait, you said something at the end.
Why adults rape children?
If I knew the answer, I'd be rich and famous. And I'm neither, so. Why do people in power use power abusively? What's sad to me, having worked in this field for so many years, now almost 50, is that we're getting worse, not better. I don't think I would have envisioned 30, 40, 50 years ago that we would have had the level of domestic violence and child abuse and bullying and sexual exploitation and trafficking 50 years later. Our technology is incredible. I mean, just look at this conference. But our social issues, our behavioral issues, have not advanced a whole bunch. I'm doing a presentation to a conference next month on reflections over the last 45 years of what changed and what hasn't changed. What we know is that people who have power tend to abuse it. And whether we're talking about prime ministers or police or coaches or priests, because there often isn't consequences. Now, you ask why. That's not an easy answer. One of the things people always want is an easy answer or a simple answer. And one of the things I've learned in all this time is you don't get that. There are differences. Some perpetrators, as we talked about earlier with the brain, have had traumatic brain injuries or some other type of impairment that reduces their inhibitory controls. And we have research showing that. We know that chronic trauma can produce changes in the brain. We know that one of the things I agree with Freud, and I don't agree with Freud on much, is the identification with the aggressor. What that really means is identification with power. If you grow up in a home where you see power and abuse occurring and no consequences, then you learn that that must be okay, that you get your needs met at the expense of somebody else, and that's acceptable. And so then that feels better to have that power and control. So we see that perpetrated from generation to generation. And that's another aspect of learning how do you do that way. When you threaten people who have power, they don't want to give it up, whether it's money or power. And so they, instead of realizing that maybe this is not a good way to respond, they double down, meaning they go stronger to show and not relieve power. We see that in every country. And in my country, we are more divided now between the haves and the have-nots than in my lifetime. And I thought during the Vietnam War and all those times, the civil rights movement, that we were really divided and polarized with people fighting back against abuse of power, oppression of other people. But in some cases, I think it's worse now. And I think part of it is because it's become acceptable. I tend not to try to deal with politics too much, and I don't know the politics of your country other than what I've just heard. But we know in many countries, white males are the ones in charge. And giving up that power is something they don't want to do. And in my country, it's become acceptable. One of the real difficulties in dealing with President Trump was he brought it out of the woodwork. In other words, it became acceptable to talk about prejudice against people who are different. And that leads to dehumanization, and that leads to abuse of power, and that leads to victimization. You cannot, to go back to your question, sexually victimize somebody you view as a human being and you're equal. It just, you tend not to do that because you would see the harm. So that means you have to some way justify in your own mind that what I'm doing is okay, what I'm doing is good. I mean, for sexual abuse, we treat offenders who, in their view, they're teaching their kids what love is. And that's how they rationalize and deny the effect. And so there's multiple answers to that. Hopefully that gave you a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. But still, I think, well, sexual abuse in families, do you think it's all about power?
That was, you didn't have to translate that. That was in English. You could translate for the rest. I don't think it's all about power, but I think it's a part of it. I can tell you I've seen virtually everything in my lifetime, treating victims, treating offenders. There are two things I can't picture. I know it happens, but I cannot picture an adult male having intercourse with a one-year-old child. But I had a case where that person, I interviewed him, tested him, he looked perfectly normal, and later confessed. I can't picture that. I can't picture a adult male forcing an adult female to have sex with an animal. But I've had that case, but I can't picture it in my head. And I can picture most things. So to answer, why do people do that? Power is a key issue, coercive control. Because if you don't feel good about yourself, then by making them dehumanized, making them less exerting your power can meet your needs of feeling more good about yourself. It's not logical, and there's nothing about this process that's logical. When we train our practicum students and our doctorate students and our staff, we have to train them, don't just keep using logic. This process is not a logical process. It's an emotional, psychological process. And until we all understand that, it makes it harder to treat. Does that help a little bit? Okay. Good question.
Ar dar kas norėtų paklausti, kadangi...
Taip, jei galima.
Prašom.
Edita Gaurobesienė.
Family Planning Association. Please be short with your question because it's break time. How would you advise to root out from Lithuania institutional violence against victims?
I think it's a multi-factor answer. Education is the first. If you make it not acceptable by policies and others, and you make it easier for victims to come forward, like children, but you start early of what is good and bad touch. But you don't just use strangers. You have to be able to use parents. You have to train parents early on. Some of the good programs have mandated education and counseling when you first go to get married about appropriate and inappropriate, and how to report it, and how to look at it, and how to interact. So there are programs that can do that, but we don't do it because, again, that requires funding. And so what's interesting in our country, the military actually does that with their people in the military. They actually do home visits and train parents how to be parents, how to show love and affection. That's one. In the schools at early ages, talking about not just good and bad touch from strangers, but what makes you feel uncomfortable and who to talk to, options of who to talk to. And then when people do talk back and listen. So many kids will tell you in therapy that they thought they told somebody, but they weren't believed, and the adults never realized that's what they were actually saying, because they threw out something to see what would happen. If there are consequences to offending behavior, that's important too. If there's no consequences, then people don't just give it up. And it's a gradual process, as you would talk about with domestic violence. You don't usually see in relationships where, say we're married, or we're married, you take your choice which orientation you like, and all of a sudden one of us hits the other one. If that's the way it happened, the other one would react right away and either get out or fight back or do something. But it's a gradual process. Grooming. Grooming occurs in child abuse and in domestic violence. If you ask a domestic violence victim or a rape victim from a sexual assault in childhood, when did it first happen? They usually can't tell you because it wasn't an obvious incident. It was a buildup over time. But we do not train kids or adults on what grooming is, how to watch out for grooming. We train them that if somebody touches you down there, you should tell somebody. But what if they're playing with you and bouncing you and doing these other things? They don't realize that's even abuse. And that gradually leads, so then they can't tell you all of a sudden. I think all these things have to be done. That's why I said it's not an easy answer. That's why it has to occur top down and bottom up. I hope that helps a bit.
Thanks a lot.
Tai reiškia, tas palaipsniui prisijaukinimas vaiko netinkamais smulkiais.
So this gradual grooming of a child with improper actions, so child would be lured into completely dangerous entanglement, because sometimes it seems like the child is being supported, interest shown, and gradually there's a shift to criminal behavior, especially online. It's extremely dangerous trend we observe. one more question because coffee break, you know. I would like to say that after panel discussion, we will also have 45 minutes for joint discussion. If you won't manage to ask question now, just keep your questions and we will answer them later. One more question. Hello, my name is Laura Kaminsky. I'm from Malta Order Assistance Service. I'm a coordinator of foreigners integration in Lithuania. I would like to ask you in a modern way, all of those who spoke today, what do you think about influence of social media like TikTok, Facebook, to sexual abuse against children and not only against them? For example, I observed this, how would you name it? Is the violence a parent with disabled child is broadcasting live on TikTok, streaming live? What would you say about, is it a violation? Is it aimed to profit financially? Is it normal?
It's such an easy question. Social media, in my view, and they can respond too, has the potential to be really good. I mean, we know almost immediately from social media what's happening across the world as soon as it happens. So communication is huge in letting people know, but it could be equally dangerous because, like you're talking about, some of these things that occur on social media actually encourage abuse of power and victimization. They dehumanize. Many of them make women sex objects. And if you're a sex object and you see all this sexual victimization occurring in social media as a kid, that can be a problem. We know from research a long time ago that exposure to abuse and violence in the media increases the likelihood that you might, but it's tied into the adverse childhood experiences that I showed you at the beginning. If you don't have many adverse childhood experiences and you were raised in a relatively normal house, then the violence in the media doesn't affect you as much. But if you had adverse childhood experiences, you were exposed to domestic violence or other types of bullying, then the media violence exacerbates you doing the same thing. So it could go good and bad. I'm not too thrilled with it, but I'm in a whole different generation than some of you and many of my staff. So I don't pay attention to social media. I'm not on Facebook or any of those. I do know they exist, so I'm not, and I know TikTok exists. It may not for longer in the US, but who knows? But I think I see both the positive and negative.
Ačiū, kolegos. Tai aš manau, kad reikia.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we need a coffee break. I'll ask you to come back a quarter to 1, back to the auditorium, and we will continue our conversation and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Very interesting. Good questions.
It's coffee break.
Coffee break.
I understood that.
Okay.
Am I supposed to move?
You can. I think you can.
Stay here?
I think you can stay.
Stay here? Okay.
Gerai, tai aš galvoju, kad kadangi to laiko taip mažai, tai dar skatinu kolegas.
I would like to invite everyone to come back. Let us begin the second part of our conference. It is called a discussion, but we will have presentations here. And I would like to encourage you to hold a discussion and react to each other's presentations. I am Morgana Daniela, member of the Seimas, member of the Seimas Committee on Health. I work with reproductive rights in our Seimas. I think it's very important to say two things. Treatment of people who experience sexual violence in hospitals, it is a problem. We work together with doctors, with Ministry of Health and other professionals. What happens when a victim goes to a medical institution? He or she is supposed to get help. The evidence is collected, it's stored somehow, and there should be a procedure established how a person goes to a hospital, how a person is serviced, because physical evidence have to be recorded. We have the system on paper, but in practice it doesn't work. People have to wait in the same line. There's no confidentiality. Forensic experts arrive after several hours. We encourage people to report the crimes because we know that there are tendencies not to report such cases. Young women and older women tend not to report those crimes, and it is very understandable because the system doesn't work and we are not able to help them adequately. Of course, there's a legislative system that needs to be changed, but it's difficult to do. We have an information center for sexual violence, and it's important to disseminate information and to provide more services. And people who experience sexual violence, they may need that help and assistance in 30 years. And those people are not looking for justice in court. They have nothing to prove. They just need certain services. I'm very happy about the information center, but I would be glad to see all of the system adequately providing services to the victims. Today we have many participants who directly provide those services. They will share their experiences with us today, and our first speaker is Professor Goda Konušonytė from Mykolas Romeris University, and she will present her study on the lifetime prevalence of child sexual abuse assessed in young adults in Lithuania.
Goda, gal jūs prisistatykit plačiau?
Please introduce yourself. Good evening, I'm Goda Konušenytė. I'm professor at the Institute for Psychology at Mykolas Romeris University. We are researchers in this area, and I would like to present to you the results of a very important study. And the results will be very provocative, and you will have many questions, and we'll have a good discussion. First of all, definition of concepts. Sexual abuse is engaging a child in a sexual activity that she or he cannot fully comprehend. It's an activity for which children are way too young. It's a sexual activities that violate laws and social norms. Sexual abusers can be their peers or adults. Our representative sample of young adults aged from 18 to 29 years consisted of 2,000 people. We collected our data in the autumn of 2021. 47.65% of women participated in the survey. Most of our respondents were from big cities. Some of them were from cities and rural areas. 62.2% of our respondents had higher than secondary education. According to the income, approximately half of them received middle income. Approximately 14% had money for food but not for clothes, so they were quite poor. According to the status of relationships, 30% of them were single, 40% had partner but lived separate and lived together, and 50% were engaging in casual relationships. How we assess the violence, sexual violence in childhood. Our method was retrospective interview on child sexual abuse. We asked questions. We asked the questions regarding sexual violence, whether they were touched on private body parts, and other questions related to sexual violence, including obscene speaking and text messages. If the answer was yes, we asked further follow-up questions. We asked about when did it happen, who were the perpetrators, and so on. Additional questions included the disclosure of this negative experiences and when did it happen, and what was the reaction of other people when you disclosed your relationships, and whether a pre-trial investigation was started. And the results showed the tendency similar that we see in other countries. Almost 16% report having experienced one or another form of sexual abuse. There were more women than men. 18.5% of women report sexual abuse in childhood. This is the prevalence of different types of sexual violence, and here we see the tendency that women experience more violence. The most prevalent form of sexual violence included forced sexual intercourse and obscene messages. Talking about the frequency of sexual abuse, the most frequent form of abuse is obscene language or obscene text messages. And in this table, you can see that acts of sexual violence are repeated usually more than once. Our analysis on the perpetrators showed that the perpetrators are usually friends or peers, and it applies to all forms of sexual violence. As for the risk of sexual violence in domestic violence, it depends on a victim's family, depends on whether they live with biological parents or with stepmothers or stepfathers. Biological parents are rarely perpetrators, whereas stepmothers and stepfathers pose a higher risk for sexual violence. Here in this table, we elaborate on the data that stepfathers are most likely to be perpetrators of sexual violence. The question about the disclosure of sexual violence, we found out that 30% disclosed their experience and 38% did not disclose their experience. We asked and found out that people often tell their families, parents, and friends about the violence experienced. 30% disclose the crime in several days, but a big part of them take a year or more to disclose their experience. What was the reaction after they tell about their experiences? 50% report having received the support. Approximately 30% report that nothing was done when they disclosed the crime. Approximately 90% did not go to the police, and there was no pretrial investigation. In 6%, the pretrial investigation was terminated, and so on. It is very important to point out that those who are the victims only a small percentage disclose their experiences and they're not brought to justice. 60% of the study participants were sexually abused, and among women these cases were more prevalent. Obscene language and text messages is the most prevalent form of sexual violence, and in most cases the perpetrator was a peer, and in a close environment stepfathers pose the biggest risk of sexual assault. More than 700 people refused to participate in our survey, which means that experiences of sexual abuse are often hidden, they're not processed, and the real numbers therefore might be much higher. The fact that a lot of perpetrators are peers show that we need to educate people on sexual violence in schools.
In a way, it will be continued sharing insights. Mr. Edvinas Kinčinas, a journalist who has conducted one of the most shocking surveys in Lithuania. It's yet another problem which perhaps resonates with me most, is that perpetrators remain unpunished. Essentially, for the state today, the perpetrator has no motivation not to offend, because almost in all cases he knows in advance that it will not be disclosed. If it will be spoken about it won't be any turn to law enforcement, and there will be no punishment. So many steps have to be taken to correct the situation. So please, Ignas, share your very interesting survey and insights. Thank you, Member of Parliament. I'm not as well as prepared as majority of you scientists and researchers. Your insights are very interesting indeed. And it correlates with what we discovered while conducting journalistic survey. My name is Ignas Kinčinas. If you don't know me, I'm a journalist. Me together with Irutė Davidonytė, my colleague, we performed a survey called Deliver Us from Evil, or Do Not Lead Us into Temptation. It's a survey about crimes committed by the clergymen and reaction of the church to such offenses. Last year we decided to inquire into this topic, and since it turned out in Vilnius diocese a scandal of sexual abuse, it seemed like archdiocese was saying different things than what prosecutor's office said, and was giving suspicious explanations when they said they knew nothing about search that was conducted in their premises. Meanwhile, when General Prosecutor's offices said the representatives of diocese participated in those searches, so me and my colleague decided to look into it. Were there any cases in Lithuania in the church? Because perhaps all of you heard and saw about different crimes, offenses committed by priests throughout the last 20-30 years. And in one way or another, they were shown in regional media, and we wanted to look at the big picture. How many of such offenses took place? How many of them came to surface? And is it possible in general to penetrate the community of the church and to find out, maybe there are people who don't tell about anything. So this was our idea of the research. And this investigation it lasted about 4+ months. And we were focused on worldly crimes committed by priests. These are qualified as crimes in the state, not just church crimes. Offenses committed by priests against people. And we wanted to investigate also crimes committed against vulnerable individuals, children, elderly, disabled people. All histories we discovered, we divided them into 3 parts. It's fraud, extortion, embezzlement, child pornography, and child molestation. So namely, these Three types of crime were prevalent in Lithuanian church, where these crimes were exposed the most. To put it shortly about first two categories, I've said, using status of a priest, they obtained trust and authority. Numerous priests in Lithuania have embezzled and defrauded many people. One of the most interesting, curious cases was related to individual who has addiction. It happened in Kaunas district 15 years ago, about one priest who, from a person who has alcohol addiction, managed to, being his friend, acquiring his trust, being by his side when needed, sometimes buying a bottle of booze for him, managed to embezzle 300,000 euros from him. Speaking of child pornography cases, there are many of them also. I don't know are priests' exclusive profession in this regard, because one of the cases that we have discovered is story of priest Leonidas Budrius in Šiauliai district, who one not just only sending child porn videos to others, also like to write kinky messages to children and send pornographic content to 12, 11-year-old kids. And law enforcement took on this case, and Mr. Budrius was pleaded guilty. And what's interesting, that there are many other individuals mentioned in this case, like public servants, businessmen, other residents who participated in sending and sharing child pornography. Mr. Budrius sent pornographic content, according to police data, to several dozens of people. And speaking of child molestation, I wouldn't tell many things, because one of the heroes of the story is here in this room. I would like to thank that person once more. We observed a few things, even though we told in our investigation about 2 cases of child molestation, because there were 2 people who agreed to, partly agreed to tell their stories. As essential and the saddest thing we have encountered was the tremendous fear of the victims. What was spoken in the first part, that victims are strongly blamed, that there are doubts about their stories. Look, from what I managed to see, from what me and Birute managed to find, it's an absolute truth. I don't know how can I put it scientifically, but emotionally this argument looks even stronger, and this accusation is even stronger when we talk about when the person accused of violence is the priest, because community of the believers, they start defending the priest, saying he cannot do anything bad because he's a priest. And in some cases, in one of our stories, speaking about priest Mr. Karackas, who continues to work as a priest in Panevėžys diocese till now. He was sentenced for molestation of 2 kids, was sentenced by the Supreme Court, but he continues to work as a priest in Panevėžys city district. And one of the most horrible cases of victim blaming was that, let alone that in small village information was leaked out very rapidly, 2 girls complained that the priest touched them inappropriately. And when the mother quietly came to school, it ended up that these rumors were spread around community, and the believers started pressurizing those families up to such a level that 3 or 4, I'm sorry for using this word in parliament, gossip mongers, they came to the primary school and during the break attacked those 2 girls. Why are you smearing the priest in front of other pupils? You can imagine what pressure is there, what victim blaming we encounter when we speak about the victims of the clergymen. Since we spoke with more people than we showed in our survey, large part of victims were saying one and the same thing all the time. It was extremely difficult to convince them to talk, to open up, to speak on the record. That was extremely difficult to do, to acquire their trust. And ultimately, when the person, after telling his or her story starts thinking, maybe I should tell my story, ultimately the essential thing is what people fear the most, what people are frightened by, is the future and possible pressure which they can experience. When stories come to surface, when they see that there's a big pressure in society, they say, oh, she's to blame for her behavior. Oh, so many years after you decided now to turn to law enforcement. Well, has anyone checked on those victims? That's why a large part of victims are afraid to turn to law enforcement, to tell their stories, especially to the journalists who would publicize such stories. But the key moment is, which always wins, at least what we encountered, is people dare to speak when they see somebody else talking about it, when they know that someone else is speaking about it. That's why I wanted to thank Denises, because when we were making second part of the investigation, many people named Denises, other victims, who encouraged them to speak up, because maybe stories they will tell will encourage other victims to speak up, and we will get this thing going. Essentially, due to our investigation in 3 dioceses of Lithuania, Kaunas, Šiauliai, and Panevėžys city, in Panevėžys diocese, investigation was launched by the pressure of Kaunas Archbishop, and this investigation, without going deeper into church's internal processes, but from the worldly perspective, it seems pretty weird, because it is a priest which was sentenced for child molestation, and all the dioceses decided to do, and what they can do according to their procedure, is to write to Vatican and to ask, what should we do next? In case of Kaunas and Šiauliai city, both priests were suspended and investigations were launched. And in Panevėžys, this priest continues to work to this day. That was all I wanted to say. And this main thing, which fits today's conference, is the victims are blamed in Lithuania very strongly. In case of the church, to put it honestly, a very interesting thing was said by Archbishop Mr. Grušas. It's even more horrible crime when you think about a person who is supposed to give you, who is your spiritual shepherd, and it turns out that he is not your shepherd, but actually is a perpetrator. It really has strong psychological impact. And it turns out that people have big traumas for many years, actually for the rest of their lives. This is why people tend to accuse them even more. Thank you very much.
Ačiū labai, aš gal
Thank you. Where can we find the results of your study? Because there are 2 parts, I believe. Yes, you can find it on our YouTube channel, on Redakcija YouTube channel. I'll give you the link if the comments after under the broadcast are open. As I said, there are 2 parts of our research. At first, we investigated the system, and many people who are here today helped us to carry out the research. And in the second part, we interviewed the people who, after seeing the first part, wanted to share their stories. Thank you. There's still no time for questions after the presentation.
noriu gal irgi
Before inviting Denisas to speak, I would like to thank Mr. Kinšinas for doing this very important job, because perpetrators often feel unpunishable. My own father was an abuser, and whenever we talk about these issues in the Seimas, I often speak out about my experience of not being protected against violence, because there was no law protecting mothers and children from violence. And I can remember that the police would not help us in the past. And whenever I mention that, I get advice about that I have to deal with my childhood trauma. They try to shame me. They think that the violence was my issue and that I have to be silent about that. And I think this is the strategy of perpetrators. And only in the same as for the first time I understood that it might be really difficult to talk about violence because it was in Seimas that I faced this reaction, and I was attacked for being the victim. So when we talk about sexual violence publicly is very important, and it's a signal to perpetrators because they don't feel unpunishable, because they know that victims might speak out. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Denisas Kolomickis. The floor is yours.
Tai laba diena, ačiū labai, ačiū Morgana, ačiū.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Lilia, for inviting me to participate in today's conference. I don't have a presentation. There's no visual presentation, but I'll tell my story and what happened, how did it happen, and certain peculiarities of the process. During the COVID, since I'm an artist, I am actor, I also studied sculpture, and during the COVID I got a chance to focus on my work, and I produced a few pieces of art, introspective works of art, and I got lost in my thoughts, and I realized that I came back to my childhood, and I remember my experience in a Catholic children summer camp. My family was poor, but I had the opportunity to be in those summer camps, and I remembered my experiences in those summer camps. And those works of art were presented in one of the art galleries in Vilnius. And people who came to visit the exhibition, they told the stories about what they see. And one of the rooms in the exhibition was about and I started talking about my experiences in that exhibition. Every time after finishing talking about my works of art, several people would stay and they would share their own individual stories. And I heard a variety of stories, both from adults, women, children, adolescents, regarding their experience sexual violence that they experienced in the families and close environments. And at the beginning, I didn't know what to do with those stories because I had no tools to help those people, and I only could meet with them and listen to them. On the last day of the exhibition, a family came to visit, and the family stayed and shared their story and they said that their son had experienced a similar story to mine. And since it was the last day of the exhibition, I kept thinking, what can I do with this information? I'm also an LGBT activist, a women's rights activist. And I feel close. Social justice is very close to my heart, both as a person, as an artist, as a human being. When they told their son's story, I understood that I, as an activist, cannot just close my exhibition and do nothing. Therefore, I wrote a letter to the Archbishop of Vilnius. I told the names of children, of people, and I wanted the church itself to deal with that problem and to answer my questions, maybe to help me to process the information. And to allow this concealed question of sexual abuse in church to finally go public. Church is one of the most horrible institutions that I've encountered. I can't even begin to tell you about the proceedings in church tribunal, confidentiality issues and things like that. And when a judge, priest, lawyer, priest, they're trying to they try to disturb you, to ask irrelevant questions, to put pressure on you. Instead of being supportive, they try to manipulate me. And the whole meeting was very strange. And several of those meetings were incredibly strange. And journalists and going public actually helped me, but it was very difficult, but very influential in other people's life. People started talking to me even more after I went public with my experiences. And I received negative messages by religious fanatics. I felt persecuted. They were trying to take photos of me publicly. One time I was publicly asked to stop talking about these issues. And I became worried not only about my own safety, but about the safety of my family. Because as Archbishop Grušas said that most soldiers during the wars are religious soldiers. When the story became public, we understand that it goes well beyond the church. I managed to receive only 1 or 2 replies from church institutions. They did not want to reply, they did not want to communicate. And one day I received a call by a priest, and he offered me a meeting with Archbishop Grušas, but I had to leave the next day. And then he told me that I would read that information publicly on the newspapers, and I was terrified. And I'm grateful to Ignas for that study, and your study, your representation of this issue was very sensitive. But I was scared to go public, and I wanted to know in advance what was going to be published. And I found out that a priest that molested me as a child had committed a suicide, and that's what the Archbishop wanted me to know. And I tried to work with my experience in psychotherapy, but nevertheless, I was shocked when I met the Archbishop Grušas. The lies kept going. Grušas said that that priest actually died of liver and heart failure. He did not committed a suicide. He tried to deny that information. And those interactions with Archbishop Grušas was very difficult. And the church did not anything about these issues, and I put a blame on Archbishop Grušas, and I am convinced that he's a liar. He conceals information, he knows more than he discloses, and he does not reply to me about the cases of sexual violence in church. He claims that there are only a few cases of such violence, but I don't believe him. So this is my bitter experience, and I'm sorry for those who are a part of church. I have nothing against everyone's personal religious beliefs, but church used to be a place for comfort, but it has become a place for distrust because it didn't manage to react adequately to the situation. There was a call by Mykolas Romeris University professor. He said that he is participating in a survey, and he spoke with a priest who was his friend, and I have recorded the conversation. And I was so fearful that I had to record absolutely every conversation. And during the conversation, he kept repeating and pointing out my homosexuality, and he tried to convince me that I knew what I was doing back then. During the research, we communicated with Ignas, but I found it difficult to respond to him. Maybe it's a response to trauma that I avoid making those replies, and Ignas kept texting me, but I kept ignoring it because I had to relive my experiences, and I did not want to talk about it again and over again. And even the academic community and other structures and people who try to conceal each other's crimes, those people are in very high positions, and it's the most awful thing, in my opinion. And I would like to encourage and to say that opening up is healing. And there are people who experience the same things, and when you find out about those people, you don't feel so alone. And they help to endure that pain because we share the same experiences. And sadly, I find it very hard to trust the institutions because they don't always take action, but nevertheless, we have to create the community where we can safely open up and talk about our experiences together with the professionals from NGOs, because it's the only opportunity to heal, to receive some psychological comfort, and to work with preventive measures. Thank you once again for the opportunity to talk here today.
Thank you, Dennis. I was listening to you, and I've been thinking that indeed a system should be created in a state that no one would have to go through this path that you have gone. There must be such fail-safes in place so that confidentiality of a person would be protected and everything else would function automatically. Sanction, punishment, and preventive actions would be executed by preserving full confidentiality of the individual and also protecting his or her spiritual status. So you are like an icebreaker. And what Ignas said today, if a sentenced priest continues to work in Panevėžys city, then something failed in the system. It means that every day this person continues to have access to children. And people who live in that city, they cannot feel safe letting their kids to go to church or other environment where a person sentenced for sexual molestation would be around them. It means something is wrong. Many things are wrong, actually. What I've mentioned in my introduction today, that services, we cannot accuse people because they don't turn seeking help, because services are not fully functioning, so that in the entire provision of services, an individual would be protected and less not traumatized. I would like to ask to tell more about it. Remaining two speakers, Kristina Mišinienė, who works at the Center of Combating Human Trafficking Exploitation, and after her there will be two more speakers. I will now give the floor to Kristina. While listening to Dennis, I've been thinking maybe we should close the conference and just put a fat period and maybe move on to questions and discussion. What can these poor presenters tell us more? But briefly, I can't help but say that I, in turn, thanks Lilia once more, because we had these conferences about violence and specific forms of violence. We are becoming deeper, more focused. We connect professionals of academics. Here in the room we have service providers, and I think we really have this movement into the depth of the subject. Academics, investigators share their insights. Of course, they could explain some terms perhaps from time to time, but what we don't understand as service providers. But we already know that sexual violence experienced in childhood period, it will always have influence on the life of a grown-up person. Well, it seems objective truth, but we work with specific cases. We go to state services or other services to do case discussions, to courts. We have to fight proving this connection, that this connection it's always there. And we have to keep it in mind. And I think that really this specialization of our conferences is necessary. And I think that perhaps today I would choose a specific angle, because our main mandate, our center, works for 20 over years, is combating all forms of human trafficking. We included prostitution under our wing as well. But a time came when we had to open one more program. It's sexual violence against children and adults. And until today, we have zero funding for this program. Everything works by donations, but we ourselves didn't notice how we involve more and more into this field. And we want to achieve victory here. We want perpetrators, rapists to be sentenced, convicted, and politicians make them stop talking, saying that perhaps victim enjoyed it. If she was silent for so many years, perhaps she liked it, and without stop winking and telling anecdotes and disgusting jokes about victims. We want problems to be solved in this field, and I think one of such channels from which we learn how we approach the victims. By the way, I haven't mentioned that our specialization is many years ago. We deliberately chose it. We prepare the victims for cooperation with the law enforcement, because no one asked us to take on this specialization. We just saw that this social psychological assistance, it doesn't mean full accomplishment of justice. Something else is needed. It's not enough to tell the victim, come on, speak up, be a good citizen. Look, others are also suffering. If you will speak up, it will be easier for others. It's not enough to say just that. You have to give something to that individual who speaks up. So we decided we will provide lawyers who more or less are prepared to work with the victims, who are informed about trauma, who know how to work with traumatized individuals, and we will become those accompanying persons from the moment of writing a statement until the last indictment and court sentence issued by the judge. So in all this process we participate, and one of the moments which brings us anxiety still is that we receive calls and references. Victims get referenced to us. 40, 50 years old women come, sometimes men. They call us and they tell us what happened to them many, many years ago. They, to this day, hear the steps. They smell the smells. They distinguish some characters, and they remember those rapists, perpetrators. At first it was difficult to realize. We say, look, it happened so many years ago. Come on, it happened. Some solution came up. Actually, no solution ever came up. What do those people want who suffered a long time ago, and today they shyly open our eyes? Imagine we had cases when a woman tells us, I've been trying to come to you for 3 years. I say, what do you mean? We're sitting here in the old town. Why would it take 3 years for you to come? She said, I was preparing for 3 years. I was collecting materials, listening about you, approached your door, but failed to press the handle and open it. But now I did it, and here I am in your office. I think there would be two main blocks I would like to point out. People want justice, and at the same time, I would add compensation. But it's not in monetary sense only. Please understand this compensation term more broadly. It's in a bit different sense. And next to this moment, also people want understanding and support. So the justice which we perceive in our country, alas, quite narrowly, perhaps you yourselves notice, if officers, the police didn't confirm the fact of abuse, then practically it remains a fiction. It's really pity that, I don't know how to put it more nicely, we have this, soldier-like narrow understanding of this case of abuse that, make or break, it's necessary for someone to confirm it. On the other hand, is it really that narrow? Can we initiate our own court trials? Can we ourselves persecute those individuals who committed the offense? No. There is a group of public servants who have a mandate to execute justice. Perhaps we can try to understand it and realize that this legal justice is vitally important. And what individuals here who are victims, who experienced the trauma 30, 40 years ago, we have that magic word, that flag called the expiry, called the statute of limitations. We have horrible crimes recorded, and you just, grinding your teeth with rage when you realize that this perpetrator, this rapist, it doesn't matter, maybe now he's of venerable age, but he's still living and thriving. And this crushed man or woman is sitting at your office, and it doesn't matter that they have families or businesses, that we create something, they live, but inside they have this terrible void, sense of injustice, which can be hardly compensated. When I speak about compensation, we hear from officers very often saying, why do you bring this individual here if there is this old time? What does he want? Money? He cannot get money adjudged for him. So compensation should be given in a broader sense. When your nightly, daily abuser, rapist, who abused you, who did horrible things to you for years, when you practically were growing up, maturing in the shadow of this violence, he in the eyes of a neighbor's family, region, is a respectable, decent individual. We were going there on site, they were saying he's an honorable teacher. They received state honors, state awards, because country presidents were giving awards to them. It's a priest. It's a fighter for freedom of the country, and of course you tremble within. Like, what can you do as a social? What can you say as a social worker against a person who was fighting for freedom of Lithuania for his lifetime? Imagine what entanglements and battles we have to fight here. So that moment about compensation, I think we should think more about it, if not in a legal sense, but in some other sense. This dethroning, putting individual perpetrator on this chair of shame, we should do it, and we are doing it. Talking briefly about understanding and support, of course, every human being cannot live without it. And if a person experiences such deep traumas, I don't want to elaborate much, that these are irreversible traumas, that person was irreversibly destroyed. We heard this term today before lunch, resilience. it's a pity we cannot ask Professor more about it. It's a mystic moment for me. You see a child or a grown-up person who came from foster home. Everyone around that child was addicted, was crushed, raped, but that child was resilient. He or she withstood it. You have an individual from this also normal environment, but still such person is traumatized, and it leaves terrible trace, and suicides happen, addictions happen. So this resilience is really a big mystical thing for me, and it's difficult to comprehend it. But I think that support in our context is important to have recognition, acknowledgement of the trauma. But what can you acknowledge if you don't have knowledge about it? What can you support? Who can you support if you are thinking, wait, she from 6 to 12 years of age, we heard from Honorable Professor was saying that stepfathers are more often prone to sexually abusing children. From our practice, it's the opposite. We see biological parents who are rapists for many years. And she was silent for 6 years. Come on, she wasn't living in Sahara Desert. She attended school. She had her relatives, and she didn't give a hint to anyone about it. And suddenly the situation turns around, upside down, and like Denis said, you have to prove that it's not victim that's bad, that actually entire environment created this atmosphere that the victim wasn't able to speak up. But perhaps we lack knowledge about what long-term trauma does to small child. We know about single case rapes, when out of a bush jumps out some rapist with rotten teeth. He suffocates, satisfies his sexual urge the way he knows. There are such cases, but what happens after long-term trauma, long-lasting trauma, what consequences there are? We lack knowledge, we lack understanding about it, and this so-called cooperation of a victim succumbing to the perpetrator is a consequence of trauma. And I have to say that I myself go to courts, and since I have opportunity, clearance to enter closed court hearings, I see these rapists who were raping for many years. I see a stepfather sitting close in a cage. He looks at his victim, looks her straight in the eye, like I'm looking at my colleague now, and says, but my dear Laura or Sigita, but you enjoyed it. You were enjoying what I did to you. And you see that this victim is shrugging. What do you mean I liked it? No, I didn't like it. But you didn't tell me a word that you were against it. And here, of course, advocate is really looking really engaged. And all this defense line is developed. So this moment that experts who participate in court hearings, psychologists who are seldom invited to testify to court hearings, who could explain the consequences of a long-term trauma, they are not able to say to such brazen behavior to counterposition. What can you counterposition against such brazen behavior? You can cry. I see some people, some victims were urinating, fainting, vomiting in the court. But it doesn't convince the court. The court needs arguments. And I think that this support through knowledge is immensely important. And I think that perhaps us who encourage victims, today we can really rejoice having lots of material, booklets, videos, the center that Morgana mentioned. It's really good that the center was opened, but let us not forget that a victim who spoke up, he or she can lose everything. And we close the door and leave our office and we will live our life, but the person who spoke up, he or she risks everything. Perhaps a child is not asked, like, what do you want? A child is taken to shelter and that's it. A child has little choice, but an adult who can make a decision very often such pressure, speak up, testify, we should understand what he or she could lose and what we can give them. I would like to use the opportunity and to invite all colleagues, not the closest colleagues from social support field, but also from legal field, if we want to have indictive sentences, if we want to repair lives, we should give something to those victims, not only by showing how horrified we are by their stories or something like that, but let's give them something tangible. Let's give them lawyers, safe shelter. Let's just give them some other opportunities and let's fight for them. Let's fight for them as our own people. Because pressure from environment is insane. I agree with Denis completely, especially talking about the church. Thanks to Lilia that we are talking about the Catholic Church, but we also have signals from other denominations, churches, that there are such crimes in place, but our country is predominantly Catholic, so that's why Catholic Church is in the limelight. And the last discussed case in Vilnius Archdiocese, when there was a failure to sentence the long-term rapist priest due to sexual abuse of a teenager. He found that teenager through a gay app, and those apps also raise many questions where the teenagers are hunted without there are no fail-safe in that. And there was a failure to sentence that priest because he said that teenager gave consent. He was of age of consent, and we see that those justifying verdicts terminated pretrial investigations. It's a horrible moment. Christina, please wrap it up. So the rapist hears that nothing happened. So you remain kind of smeared. And what we see from this case with Archdiocese, that famous theologian who is a university lecturer, he persecutes us to this day, our organization. I get calls from them and everyone who participates in that situation. He regards himself to be Jesus Christ, a martyr. What apologies can we talk about, or tears of Archbishop in front of camera? It's crocodile's tears. It's all fake. No one regrets about anything. They perceive themselves as being persecuted. We will not retreat. We will move onwards, forward, but we all need to unite. Another moment. Today we heard about victim-centered approach. It's great. That's what it should be. But dear colleagues, don't you feel that we lack knowledge about the perpetrators themselves? We want to push the victim to the front. We want to know about it. We want to help it. But victim is at the center. But who is that perpetrator, that rapist? And I deliberately asked the professor why adults rape children. I know some answers and some I don't. But our ignorance about those actors, how it ends. Majority of society says, may they be raped in the prison, may they die in prison, let's castrate them and so on. I think that today we have to acknowledge that it doesn't matter that we work with victims, we provide assistance to victims. Our interest is so that these people would get help, so we would know about them. Those who need help should get it. Those who can't get help, those should be isolated. Perpetrators should be registered. But we also should not forget the moment if serial rapist, after 2 years, is out of prison and at the same park, at the same hour, he rapes a victim, then it hurts us. Because it's our responsibility. Thank you, Christina.
Daug dalykų yra tikrai sunku išgirsti ir
A lot of things are very difficult to hear, but you've touched the topic of prevention, and prevention is one of the things that we have to pay attention to. And when we started working on the law on consent, on including this concept into our legislation, and we were consulting an elderly person, and she asked me to find that person and to punish them, even though the crime took place in the 80s. The law and statute of limitations has been proposed to the same as, but it only applies to the most serious sexual crimes, and we are hoping to extend that period. But those laws do not work retrospectively, and I'm still looking for the solutions to achieve my goals. But we'll be talking about it during the discussion to talk about the steps that need to be taken. As Ignas mentioned that some priests are still working in Panevėžys, even though they committed crimes, and is the state helpless to protect people from such perpetrators? It's an open question, and I hope to find an answer to it in this conference. We don't have a lot of time, and please be brief in your presentations. And I would like to give the floor to Ms. Agnė Marčiukaitienė, representative of the support center Užuovėja for sexually abused children. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank for organizing this important conference. Well, it's not that I'm delighted to be here, but it's very important to talk about these issues, and I would like to talk about the institutional cooperation with law enforcement authorities in providing assistance to children who have suffered sexual abuse, and what is our shelter Užuovėja does. We created it according to the Scandinavian model, and we provide a variety of services to those who experience children's sexual violence. We have state forensic medicine service in a safe environment, interview of a child that is conducted in a child-friendly manner. We also assess a child's experience and provide our conclusions on the alleged sexual violence, and we also provide short-term psychological support. Since it's the only center in Lithuania, in Vilnius, we also provide accommodation for children up to 3 days or longer. People may arrive for a shorter period of time. And some statistics, and children who come to Užuovėja every year we service more than 300 children. Some children have to come for many times. We can see the interviews of children and state forensic medicine service examinations. As for the psychological assessment of a child, there are 2 things that have to be highlighted. Usually when a child opens up, they go to a psychologist and uh, children tell in great detail about their experiences sometimes. However, we have to be vigilant when a child doesn't speak, but we intuitively know that a child might have experienced sexual trauma. There's no recipe to recognize the symptoms of a definitely experienced sexual abuse. There might be a variety of symptoms that need to be observed and interpreted. Today, we talked about prevention, and prevention includes not only children education in schools, but there should be more programs in other organizations that go to schools and talk about it. However, there is some resistance to this information because these issues are very sensitive. Professionals, medical professionals, general practitioners also should be trained to notice possible sexual abuse in children, as well as the system of education should carefully interpret bad behavior of children, which might be an indication of a certain experience of a child. And we always have to ask children questions. I am happy that the state institutions are moving forward, and last year we signed an agreement between 5 parties, and the goal of this agreement is to protect children against the negative effects of the court proceedings. We're trying to make sure that a child is interviewed only once, because it is a traumatizing experience. It's a very difficult process. So the main objectives of this agreement is that all parties involved in the pre-trial investigation, they need to coordinate their actions and to make decisions on who will represent a child in that lawsuit. Also, we have to coordinate the help provided to children, and to ensure that children do not experience any further harm. And I would like to share the contacts for consultations. This is a Children's Alliance hotline, who works Monday through Thursday and on Fridays as well. We provide consultations. Also, you can report to us on violations of children's rights. And as for the cooperation, law enforcement institution and their cooperation is very important in ensuring the smooth process. but those processes may take years and years. They have a variety of stages that take a lot of time, but the victim has to receive help immediately when he or she starts talking about the abuse experienced. Our organization provides short-term help, but we also recommend long-term support assistance. However, it is a problem because we lack professionals who are trained to work with such people, because many people find it very difficult to work with victims, very difficult to accept the victims, and we are criticized for providing too general recommendations. However, victims need a sustainable relationship with the counselor, his or her constant support, which is necessary for healing. And I would like to encourage everyone to talk about it, to empower professionals, to provide those services to victims, to create mutual support groups of those specialists who work with victims. Thank you. And the last presenter is Ms. Lina Binarytė, prosecutor of the Department for Criminal Prosecution of the Prosecutor General's Office.
Gal dabar nebent.
So we all here have many questions, and I think the discussions are better than just listening to presentation, especially because Christina indicated one very good thing, indicated a problem actually, that an individual sentenced for murder and rape, sentenced for prison term, who returns from prison, then back in the park rapes in a perverted way a victim. What should we do? I think it's better to discuss. Briefly, I will truncate my presentation. I want to say things as a prosecutor. I'm responsible for sexual crimes against minors. These are heavy and extremely heavy crimes. I participate in examination of criminal cases both in the Court of Appeals of Lithuania, also in Supreme Court of Lithuania. Previously, I was responsible for murders, homicide, and I can tell you that sexual cases against minors, to me, emotionally, are more difficult, but perhaps it's just me. I will start my presentation briefly about one criminal case. Actually, it's not the only one, but I think for our conference, it's fitting. It suits our conference. Short factual circumstances I will tell you about. There were two sisters. They live in a family. Apart from them, there are more foster children. And the foster parent starts raping one of the girls. She's underage, 9 years old. And this girl speaks up about it to her sister, who is also a minor, 11 years of age. And they tell about it to adults, that they are being raped. She says, my sister is being raped, sorry. What to do? And the adults do not react. They call them names. Why are you making things up? That's not true. And it continues for a relatively long time. The girls grew up, They leave that family and begin living their own lives. The victim girl, as I call her, she started her own family. She's living her life, and other sister cannot forget and cannot accept what she saw, what she heard. And she turned to a psychologist to tell about all this thing. She says, I cannot live like this anymore. And advised by a psychologist, perhaps, she turned to law enforcement institutions. A pretrial investigation was launched. It happened just recently, actually. This case was examined at the Court of Appeals. And the rapist was sentenced for 6 years of prison. The victim, for the first time, when she was a minor and an underage person, after first criminal activities against her, she was questioned only 10 years later, when she was an adult, a grown-up. And to tell to the court about all these things, the sexual violence she experienced in childhood, believe you me, it's even for adult, it's very difficult to speak in the court. And in this criminal case, the court had no grounds to disbelieve the testimony of that girl about the sexual violence she experienced many years ago. And according to the words of the victim, about the sexual violence which I experienced in childhood, my desire to talk about it was determined, first of all, to to expose the perpetrator, and also desire to protect other children from possible sexual violence, and also aspiration to punish the perpetrator. Not a single child, regardless of his or her age, gender, living conditions, is not protected from sexual violence. And the victim, anybody can become a victim. And it is important for all of us to know that sexual violence often starts at a very early age. Back then, when a child is not capable of understanding, realizing what is happening to her, or has no proper ways to demonstrate, share with us about the experience that's happening. And the punitive laws and its provisions obligates us prosecutors to make that pretrial investigation regarding crimes against minors, against their integrity and sexual determination, is considered to be a priority and must be conducted through the shortest term possible. Also, as prosecutors, we have an aspiration, which we implement pretty good at present, is that a child victim throughout the entire process of criminal case would be questioned just once. And criminal cases against individuals' decision, against persons will to have sexual intercourse, the practice is that usually we don't have direct evidence except the testimony of the victim itself. And this is our main source of evidence, namely evidence of the victim. From my working practice, I observed that courts in cases of such type, they don't evaluate reliability of a minor victim so categorically or strictly as a grown-up's testimony would be evaluated. And some non-fundamental discrepancies or mismatches in the testimony of the child are explained, namely with specificality of the subject of the testimony due to his or her age, due to social maturity, experienced shock, but it cannot be held as grounds not to believe this testimony and to evaluate them as unreliable in the court case. from criminal cases on sexual violence, we can see that victim often don't want in generally to tell anyone about such experience. First of all, they are afraid that they will need to justify themselves before their family. They feel shame, insecurity, fear, and namely those sexual crimes against children stand out with that they are often accompanied by other forms of violence. Sexual violence often is concealed, and it rarely happens just once. It may last for years and years until child becomes able to speak up about it and to seek help. As in the case that I mentioned, where sexual violence and rape lasted for several years. And since it's necessary to talk to a child about complex things, to question the tiniest details from him or her, and sometimes understanding is very narrow, and lingual abilities of a child are poorly developed often. And therefore it is extremely important for the prosecutors and all other participants of the criminal proceeding that victim children who suffered from sexual violence, so that these victims would testify to a person who have special knowledge, who can really help, to live through that violence or other damage. And here in territorial prosecutors' offices and in district prosecutors' officers, we have specialized prosecutors who work in juvenile justice field, who are truly properly qualified, who have big experience of working with children. And the purpose of our prosecutors is that a victim child, first of all, would be protected from impact of our criminal proceeding. And into questioning of underage minors, to each interview questioning, we invite psychologists so that the child would experience minimum trauma, so that those psychologists would help him or her to use not only his procedural rights and guarantees, but also would assist with psychological help. As much as it is known to me, lawyers are also undergoing training to represent minor victims in juvenile justice cases. We react to all reports that come in about where the child possibly experienced sexual violence. We conduct pre-trial investigations during which we collect all the data and investigate all possible versions of criminal offense. The fact that pre-trial investigation was launched and that sexual violence is investigated against the child, it doesn't mean that in all cases that such criminal offense was committed. Therefore, in each case, we assess the content of the statement and we execute procedural actions. And decision to terminate pretrial investigation is made only in a case when all other procedural possibilities have been exhausted and when no symptoms of criminal offense are identified. Also, it's important to note that grounds for decision of such type is not our subjective opinion as prosecutor, but it is assessment of a sum of all identified circumstances. Moreover, high instance review of such decisions ensures that our wrong decisions to terminate pretrial investigations wouldn't influence the case, because such decision can be appealed against to the higher ranking prosecutor and can be appealed against to the court as well. And today, as a prosecutor against sexual crimes, there's other important thing that matters to me a lot is criminal offenses committed online. in a digital space, activities due to which minors have suffered. Our children today are very well informed in this field, and their activity is very high in online, which attracts potential crimes of sexual nature. Here I should ask Lilia to organize another conference on this topic, which is, at least to me, it's really frightening and very and highly relevant. And for the end, just understanding, if you want to help a child, is not enough. It's necessary to have meetings like these, discussions like at today's conference. Therefore, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us. And I think that we will help children always and at any time of the day. Thank you.
I would like to open our discussion. We still have some time left for questions. Since I'm the moderator, I would like to ask my question. Madam Prosecutor, as for Ignas and Denisa's cases, if a case can oblige schools to provide certificate regarding sexual violence and to prevent those people entering the close environment of the syndrome of children, because as Denisas and Ignas said, the priest in question was simply transferred to another city where people don't know about the crimes committed. Can a state do something about it? I don't know about the rules in the church, but a person was convicted, but church doesn't do anything.
Sentence.
The verdict must be executed. However, the church has its own rules of operation. I would like to specify the question. We're not talking about the execution of the verdict, but every person has to serve their sentence. My question is about the prevention, because state institutions in which people work with children, those candidates to work in those institutions have to be checked for that, for those sexual crimes records. Of course, these problems have to be solved, but can the state tell church what to do in terms of placing their priests? It's the decision of their institutions. Yes, state can oblige institutions to check the certificates, but the state cannot oblige the church to suspend the convicted priests. And this is my question. Is the state really powerless in this case? You, as a prosecutor, what do you think? Well, this example shows that the state cannot do anything. Church is separate from the state, and I think it's abusing it because they are pretending to be saints and they are feeling attacked. Please, what is your question? Turn. I was thinking that today is the happiest day of my life in 30 years since 1990. For that time, I was working with human rights. It is very unexpectedly, thanks to Professor Robert Geffner, he brought to us this resolve to solve these problems. He told about the experiences of other countries, inspiring us to take action, and I would like to thank all of those who spoke today, especially Ms. Kristina Mišinienė. You're probably an angel. Sent for us to this darkness. A round of applause to you. I would like to thank Denisas. You're also an angel. Your spirit is so strong. We as professionals find it challenging, and you managed to deal with that. So I would like to thank every activist for speaking about this problem. So my question is the following. To Morgana Daniele, thank you for working in this field. Will Seimas hear the law on consent? And I know the situation, you were attacked because of that initiative. To include certain provisions into the criminal code. Will you pass this law in this term of office of the Seimas? The community is ready to support you with its signatures, petitions. It's a very good question. Will Seimas discuss this question? Well, you can see the situation of the ratification of the Istanbul Convention in the Seimas. It is difficult, and this Seimas would not be supportive of such law, but it doesn't mean that we will stop working towards it, because first of all, we need to educate the society, to cooperate with the prosecutors. We are cooperating with Sweden and other countries that might be helpful. In Sweden, the prosecutors were against such law, but they changed their mind and they are in favor of this law. We are preparing for this law. We are trying to educate everyone on how such law would be a preventative measure. We know that victims today often blame themselves for the experienced violence. We record very little of sexual crimes because most people do not report it. And it's very understandable because our legislation, our institutions are not ready to provide adequate help. But nevertheless, I'm happy that slowly but surely we are working towards our goals. As Susanna said in her presentation, the passing of the laws could be very, very effective in changing our attitudes. And we are encouraging the top-down approach, and we need the political will to solve this issue. And you, as the elected by our nation, you must do everything to solve this problem as our government. Professor Gefner has a comment.
Actually, I have lots of comments. First, I want to thank all of you who spoke also. I made lots of notes. I don't know enough about your laws, but I can tell you about our laws, and perhaps that will help you in what you're talking about. And it re-emphasize some of the things I said earlier. I want to go back to Denisis, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly. We've had similar experiences, but you're about 20 to 30 years after us. So you have a little catching up to do, because this exact same situations occurred in the United States. In the 1980s, women were speaking up about churches and about priests, and they were ignored. They were blamed, they were persecuted. Remember I talked about Darvo? Deny, accuse the victim, reverse roles of victim and offender, and you say that over and over. Just like what happened to you and others happened to them. And communities rallied around the priest. And nothing happened for 10 years. Then in Boston, what happened is a survivor like yourself came forward and talked about this particular priest and about what he did to him when he was a child. But at that time, our media were more organized. So the newspaper picked it up, the journalists picked it up and ran the story. And one by one, more and more people came forward about that particular priest. And so it couldn't be ignored anymore. And finally, the prosecutor then started taking up the case. But initially, the community blamed the victims. They were making it up. They wanted, money. They wanted whatever the excuses were. But so many were starting to come forward that you couldn't ignore it anymore. Once somebody broke the story, others came forward. So you and others are really important. What we learned in the research is it takes, when the first person comes forward, they're going to be disbelieved and or attacked. When the second person comes forward, people stop to what's going on here. When the third person comes forward, it changes. That's all it takes. And then it starts moving forward to change attitudes and beliefs. So the prosecutor actually prosecuted the priest. And just like you were talking about, the general procedures for churches were as soon as some accusations came forward, the priest was moved to another location, sometimes in another country. Cases we've worked on where they tracked them, priests were abusing kids in one city, then they got transferred from the west to the east, Then the day he was going to be arrested, they transferred him to Mexico. When he started having allegations in Mexico, he went to South America. And this was a routine of the churches from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and early 2000s. So they kept avoiding things. Finally, what happened, and again, I don't know your laws, but some laws got changed in states and nationally. Mandated reporting of child abuse kicked in. Also, what started happening was, as the separation of church and state somebody was talking about before, yes, they were separated, except now they made an exception in child sexual abuse, so that priests were now mandated to report any cases of suspicion of child sexual abuse. And they were no longer protected from prosecution. All these laws were then passed. And so then they started getting prosecuted. The other thing, another thing that happened is civil court. They passed laws that you can sue. Now, priests are not going to have money if you sue them. But the churches have lots of money. And so what they started doing is passing laws that said, if you're an organization and you were involved somehow, directly or indirectly, in the child abuse, you can be sued. And so attorneys started doing that in the early 2000s. We've worked on tons of cases like that, where we were able to track what was going on. Males and females, boys and girls were sexually abused. And so as the laws and the lawsuits started coming out, all of a sudden the churches in the United States started losing huge verdict. So the Catholic Church in Los Angeles, California, over 150 people came forward as having been abused by particular priests. And so they were suing as a group, and they were awarded by a jury $100 million. Now we've had cases even more. Thousands and thousands of people in the United States have now come forward in churches, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, gymnastics, with the Olympics people, and they came forward. So one person coming forward started the pendulum, even though it didn't happen immediately. Again, I don't know what your laws are, but those are things I would encourage. The other thing that changed was statute of limitations. I forgot who said that here, and I don't know what your laws are, but many states started then changing and saying that we're going to eliminate the statute of limitations for child sexual abuse or rape. And they put windows on it. So like California, where I am, they put a 3-year window. That means anybody who was sexually abused can come forward and with attorneys and provide information that, if it appears justified, could then sue, even from 20, 30 years ago. And then it goes to court. We've evaluated tons of those cases. We have a whole database in our institute of people who were like that, men, women, anywhere from the 20s to the 60s in age. And that started big difference. So churches started going bankrupt. I said earlier about power and control. One of the ways you go after people who have power and control is money. Because that makes a statement. Then you can use the money to provide resources to treatment and other individuals who need those resources. So essentially it's the perpetrators who are funding your resources because of the lawsuits. The institutional betrayal became really important because the examples that some of you have talked about, in fact, quite a few of you, is the organizations first indirectly, that's omission, denied, didn't do anything when it came forward, so they didn't change their policies to protect the kids. That was what happened in schools and others. They were being sued for not doing anything once the reports came forward. Then they were sued even more when they did more to cover it up, like you were talking about, when they started persecuting the victim. We've had cases where the church hid records of reports going back 20 years. They knew who the abuser was, but they covered it up. So in our laws, if you have that, it's called fraud, and that means triple damages. Again, going after the funding as that. And then the criminal cases, statute of limitations got eliminated for criminal cases of rape and sexual assault. And those things made a big difference. Somebody was asking or saying about, justice. It's important because it's accountability. And that's the key. Money by itself isn't going to solve your problem. It's not going to make a victim now not be victimized, but it means validation. It means accountability, and that's what the key is here. That's why compensation is important, because it adds that. Too many survivors think that, well, if they get prosecuted, they won't have the symptoms. You still have to do the treatment. You still have to do that, but it's still important to make sure. You asked about resilience and why some people don't seem to be affected. We know in the research there's about 10 to 15% of those who experience horrific trauma, like child abuse, like what you're all talking about, who have what we call a psychological hardiness, where they're resilient and they don't get traumatized and they're able to move forward. But the rest do have an effect. But we've learned, and if you email me, or I'll give you my card if you want it, we do entire trainings on resiliency, on how to promote it, because we know from the research what are the factors, and supported people. So somebody supporting you makes a huge difference. And this newspaper coming out, and then others coming out, that is how you start promoting resilience. What work you are doing, if you're in the helping professions, that helps resilience. And I can send you the questionnaire because it lists all these factors that we give to our clients that promote resilience, and those can be changed at any time. We can't change what happened to them in childhood, but we can help them overcome and counter that by helping promote resilience. And so we do that as well. You were asking, you guys asked so many questions, it was incredible. You were asking about offenders. One of the things we do know, and I didn't answer it before, because we tend to think of offenders as sociopaths or psychopaths. Turns out only about 3% of sex offenders are psychopaths or sociopaths. These are the predators. Some of the priests that you were talking about, they're the predators. Before an average predator is caught, they've likely abused at least 100 kids. So that's different from, say, an incest offender who may have 1 or 2. So the rest of them, other than the predators, are treatable. It is a learned behavior, and learned behaviors can be unlearned, and there are successful treatment programs. We used to evaluate and treat sex offenders in a clinic I built, clinics in Texas. But it has a lot of requirements, including law enforcement. Law enforcement having the power that if you don't go through the treatment, we put you in jail. So that's a lot of power. So they need that, and then they're checked periodically about reoffending. But it's a rehab program, even in prison now. So they don't just let them out, but instead of like waiting 2 years and they come out and they do it again, well, they didn't get any treatment. They didn't get anything to work on those issues, so why would we expect them to change? So you have to build rehab programs for domestic violence offenders, sex offenders, for those who are treatable. And you have to build resources to assess the difference between who's treatable and who is not. So those are some of the keys. I want to make a comment and sort of disagree with a few of you, and then I'll leave town so you can't attack me. You were talking about interviewing children one time, and I forgot who said that, or a couple of you are saying that. What the research shows is that's not as very effective. If you only interview a child with allegations of sexual abuse one time, only about 30 to 40% are going to disclose, even doing a good interview. What we've learned and changed our policies now is you may need 3 to 4 interviews. The idea of having only one came out of misinterpreted research in the 90s. And we've now learned that that was not good because you don't program kids by a good interview. And we actually have techniques. Again, if you email me, I'll be glad to send you. 9 years ago, all the agencies who do forensic interviews of children got together to come up with best practices. And what they found was the best practice was spending the first 1 to 2 interviews building rapport, not even asking them about the sexual abuse, having a trained therapeutic type of person just meet them, help, learn to trust each other, and gradually then look at disclosure. That jumped disclosures up by almost 100% for kids who started alleging abuse. And then they would have therapeutic involvement after that. And so those techniques have changed over the years because of the research that we've learned. And I think that's really a key. The other thing that we've done, and I heard a couple of you talking, is we changed our laws. Crimes against minors now have jumped up in seriousness. Where you were talking about judges, we have bad judges too, believe me. I've trained judges for 20 years. And there's good judges and bad judges. I used to think that all I needed were more women judges and the problem would be solved. Because the first time I was training judges, 90% of them were males, mostly white. 10 years later, about 40% were female. But it didn't change. Some of my best judges were males and some of my worst were females. Because that kind of gender bias isn't just due to biological sex. It's really due to education and the training you get. But what we did is we put in mandated laws. So now crimes against children have more severe sentences that the judges don't have a lot of leeway. So even if you have a bad judge, the sentence is there. And if a jury convicts, they have to have a minimum X number of years. Judges hated that. Anytime you tell a judge what we're going to do, laws, they didn't like that. I used to train judges, I said, and when they passed a law...
Taigi, kai teisėjai buvo priimtas įstatymas reikalaujant... Oh, sorry.
When they required them to have training, they didn't like it. But we added laws that required judges to be trained in child sexual abuse and domestic violence. And that started making a difference too. So those are just some of the things. The other thing we do, and again, I don't know if you already do it, is anybody convicted of sex offense goes on a national registry of sex offenders. So even if they go to another city, they're known as a sex offender. And you said you can't control what the churches do, but what you can control is that with that registry, they're not allowed to be around kids. And that's the key. So the church can keep them employed, but they're not allowed to be around kids, even in church. So I threw out a whole bunch of things for you. Hopefully that gives you some suggestions. But again, I'm glad to give you more handouts. I'm glad to give you my card. You can email me. But hopefully that gives you some ideas.
Ačiū, matau, Lilija kelia ranką. Paskutinės jau tada reakcija.
I would like to react right away because we have Zuzana with us who has defended PhD about post-traumatic growth. Trauma is not the last stop. Resiliency is not the only factor which gives us optimism to finish this topic, to think what happens to victims. And one more thing I would like to say is that we spoke about it, about training and or treatment programs for perpetrators. And it turns out that there's a very strong support from law enforcement so that perpetrators are naturally motivated to go to training because they will be punished if they won't go to training. And we have very weak support from law enforcement in Lithuania. Perpetrator is usually exempted from responsibility, put into some ineffective formal program which costs a lot and which sucks money from assistance to victims. And since we're in the parliament, so both position and opposition, we have to start from creating a legislation basis framework to prevent impunity, so that the perpetrator would be motivated to undergo correction, so he would want to attend this program for his beautiful personal future. Only then we can talk about those highly expensive and low ineffective programs. So I would agree. And I would like to Susanna to talk a little bit, because I would like to finish on something that gives us hope. Thank you. I wasn't planning to talk. Well, the basic principles about it. There is a post-traumatic growth which can be understood in the words of Nietzsche: what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. First of all, post-traumatic growth does not appear just because we encountered a traumatic experience. The science now attempts to identify what factors determine this post-traumatic growth. And just a few elements to mention: it's social reactions, whether individual receives support or not, about with what difficulties, hardships, seeking help individual encounters. And one of more interesting things, curious things, how I developed my interest in post-traumatic growth is during my master's thesis. I was talking to women about violence experiences, looking for the prism of trauma psychology. I heard from women about positive experiences. I was happy that among all those negativity, that I hear something positive, but I didn't know what it is and what's it called. And when I traveled to Professor Geffner to work at the Institute of Violence, Abuse and Trauma, while we spoke with him, he said it's called post-traumatic growth. Well, great, I know the name now. When upon returning to Lithuania, started digging deeper into it, and I prepared my thesis on this topic. So this post-traumatic growth, how it differs from resilience is that resiliency is usually considered something that when individual returns to his, her trauma is something that person has overcome. He or she returns to that previous state or action or functioning. With post-traumatic growth, individual does not go back to the same place. He or she leaps higher, jumps higher. There are 5 areas of life where this post-traumatic growth can develop. It's newly found internal strength. From many women I heard who said, if I survive this, I can survive anything. And they were saying this sincerely. Of course, those experiences were really difficult. It really forced them to measure how strong they are. Other is interpersonal relationships getting stronger. Possibly those relationships would crystallize in the life of that individual. Some friends would be lost. Maybe he realized that they weren't real friends. Woman felt that she has no support in her environment, or simply crystallizing those friendships, those relationships which you want around you, which are suitable. And then there is spiritual growth, which can happen even to agnostics or individuals who do not believe in God. It can be through asking existential questions and pondering on them. So I mentioned 4, I think. Essentially, it's like this. In December, we had conference Women's Rights in Lithuania in 2023. I would like to invite you to watch my presentation on this topic of post-traumatic growth. That would be it from me.
And say one more. Since we want to end, according to Lilia, on a positive note, I'll give you one more piece of advice that I forced on Susanna when she was working for me, and what we train all our people. You're dealing with very tough issues. They're not going to go away. But don't give up. don't give up. Persistence wins out in the long run. You have a good group in here. Support each other and keep talking out loud until people finally hear you and change starts. So you may fail the first 10 times in getting your laws done, but the 11th time might work, or 12th. But that's my advice.
Ačiū labai visiems dalyvavusiems.
Thank you all for participation. We won't give up, definitely. Nobody in this room, no one will give up. I just want to thank you once more, team of Vilnius Women's House, our volunteers who really contributed. Our team is a bit smaller, but we are powerful. We managed to organize this conference, so I would like to really express my gratitude also to Committee of Human Rights of the Parliament. Thank you for cooperation, so that we had an opportunity to organize such conference at the Parliament and share with Lithuania and with decision makers to talk about these problems and possible solutions to them. Also to thank you, Baltic American Freedom Foundation, thank you for your support, so that we managed to bring Professor Geffner here. And thank you, Professor. Thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Mes dar turime.
We have cookies and snacks. If you want, please join us while there's anything left. And let me wish you a good weekend. Bye.